What kind of deals can you expect? The details just ahead. Plus, paying it forward. We're putting a spotlight on a very special couple this morning. How one decision changed the lives of many.
You know, you have a complete stranger telling you that they want to be a part of saving your child. So, it was pretty special.
Their moving story straight ahead.
I'm Batman.
And he's back. Another look at Michael Keaton donning the Batsuit once again in the new trailer for The Flash. And let's just say Bruce Wayne.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
Has calmed down a bit.
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts.
Today, Wednesday, April 26th, 2023.
Shout out to Kaiser, Oregon, Fort Mitchell, Kentucky, Exeter, New Hampshire,
and Fishers, Indiana.
Good morning to our students and staff
At Wakefield High School in Nebraska.
from Troy, Michigan.
I'm turning 75.
Good morning to my grandchildren, Josh, Elliot, and Brooks.
Watching in Greensboro, North Carolina. I'm turning 22.
From Fairfax, Virginia. Today's my 50th birthday, and I'm celebrating at the Today Show.
Welcome back. April is National Donate Life Month, appropriate song we're playing. And this morning we're shining a spotlight on a very special couple from Wisconsin with a moving story of selflessness.
Mark and Lynn Scotch have gone above and beyond to spread awareness on organ donation. So it all started with a visit to a bar in Louisiana. And during that time, they would make a decision that changed their lives and saved others.
So the story is that two guys go into a bar and one guy comes out without a kidney.
The story begins here. Retirees Mark Scotch and his wife Lynn were on a road trip when they stopped at a bar in Louisiana.
I started talking to a guy in the bar next to me, basically, and turned out to be Hugh Smith.
They hit it off, but after a couple of hours, Hugh said he had to go.
I said, I got to go home and do my dialysis treatment. And he looked at me, and I thought he was going to fall off the bar stool.
After getting over his shock, Mark was quick to make an offer.
He said, kidneys have failed, and I'm kind of looking for a kidney. And I said, I'll give you one of mine.
Now, Hugh was shocked and admittedly skeptical.
I never really expected to hear from Mark again.
But Mark started researching how to become a donor and saw the need to act.
I read that 13 people die every day in the United States waiting for a kidney transplant.
Concerned his kidney would not match, Mark was excited to learn about a workaround, a voucher program through the National Kidney Registry. Mark's kidney would end up with the person who is the best match. In turn, Mark gives Hugh a voucher, which moves Hugh up the long wait list. In February of 2021, Hugh had his kidney transplant surgery.
8 weeks to the day, I was actually back on the golf course playing golf after my transplant.
But the story doesn't end there. Mark's wife, Lynn, was with him during his evaluations to become a donor.
I heard everything he was hearing, and I'm sitting in the room by myself thinking, I can't think of one good reason why I shouldn't look into this myself.
This winter, just weeks from her own surgery, she was on Facebook when something caught her eye.
Cooper's mom had created a catchy Facebook page called I'm Awesome, It's My Kidneys That Suck.
Cooper Thompson had been on dialysis since he was just 8 months old.
He just had very small, underdeveloped kidneys with a lot of cysts.
After several conversations, Lynn called saying she'd like to give Cooper her voucher.
You know, you have a complete stranger telling you that they want to be a part of saving your child. So it was pretty special.
For Lynn, it was a full circle moment.
Cooper wasn't that much older than our son when we lost him many years ago.
On March 2nd, Cooper had his surgery.
I mean, it gives Cooper a chance at having a normal childhood as best as he can. We're super humbled. These people came out of nowhere and, you know, like Katie said, saved our child.
Mark and Lynn now not just saving lives, they're also bringing awareness to the shortfall of donors, with Mark biking across the country on what he calls an organ trail. The couple finding a new mission after a couple of beers.
We're back. Today's Tucker College Decision Day. Right around the corner, high school seniors are getting set to make a major life decision where they will spend the next 4 years.
So how can you make sure that your teenagers make the most of their college experience? Well, Jen is here with some helpful advice.
All right, there's some regrets, right? Is it bad to skip class on occasion? Are you taking full advantage of what's offered at your school? Well, I spoke with some college grads who were eager to reflect on the good, the bad, and what they say they do differently, knowing what they know now.
I regret not traveling abroad.
Not taking my freshman year more serious.
Not exploring more majors.
Some say college can be the best 4 years of your life. But research shows nearly 2/3 of college graduates say they regret something about their experiences. Topping the list, student loans, studying the wrong major, and not networking enough.
I didn't, seek out my professor's help to try to get those internships.
Carrie Govan and Anna Namnoom were sorority sisters at Ohio University. Now they're mothers to college students themselves.
One piece of advice that my mom tried to teach me early on was to treat college like a job. So to go to campus early, stay at campus, stay dedicated. I'm not sure I totally listened to that advice. If you could do one thing differently, what would you do?
My biggest college regret is not taking accounting and understanding every last bit of it.
I regret making the choice of taking history of baseball so that I would meet more guys on campus.
You don't really think about what happens after the 4 years.
I did not have a plan. It was trial and error along the way, and it didn't have to be like that. It could have been easier.
And setting yourself up for success doesn't have to be hard.
My biggest advice would be to just show up to class.
Lisette Bohannon is a school counselor at niche.com.
I learned this the hard way. I would never skip class. And really, when you're skipping class, you're just wasting money. Taking your education seriously while you're in school is important. Try to read before class. You are there to learn and you're there to gain that experience.
One of the things that was so interesting and talking with these two women who were best friends, and they said they have regrets, but their best memories came out of those years, was that how different it is now for their kids. Because my biggest, the thing I'm most proud of is that which people might look at as a regret, is that I made mistakes. And I was allowed to make mistakes, and I failed. And mine was public, but that their kids don't feel like they can fail, that they, because everything is on social media. What about you guys?
I feel like my regrets from college were I was someone who just crammed for tests and then just spit out the answers, as opposed to realizing it was a beautiful place to learn. Look how you had to highlight which one is she. You know the one. And also too much drunky monkey. But I loved it. And I didn't have a plan. I didn't go in with a master plan. I feel like there's so much planning. The kids are going crazy.
Well, and they're not being creative.
I need to study abroad. I need to do this. I need to do that. I need more of these courses. I need to work. It's like, slow it down.
I know. I actually like this whole thing where people, if they can, do a gap year or something, because I think it gives you a moment. Like when I went to college, I didn't care about learning. I never read the books.
Well, actually,
years later I pulled it together. Yes. But in college, I did not read the book. I just did whatever it was, the bare minimum to just get a passing grade.
It's so funny because that's so different than you now.
Well, you hit law school and you were top of your class, so something changed. What was the thing that changed?
Fear, I think. Just going there, and then also I was older.
Yeah,
well, that's 27. I was and I had at that point I'd worked for 5 years, so I did treat it like a job. I was kind of just too young. I didn't even think about college.
That's what everybody says, is that college is wasted on the young. Because by the time you get, the way I studied was so different my freshman year than opposed to my senior. My senior, I took all the great teachers. My freshman, really hard ones. My freshman, I was like, what's the class that can give you an A? What's the easiest class?
And that's interesting to choose. I like that advice, though. Choose the teacher, not necessarily the subject.
Yes.
Because you could fall in love with the subject if you like the teacher.
And if you find out who the master teachers are at your schools and take them. That's a good piece of advice.
That's cool. There are countless ways to tidy up your home and get organized, but have you heard of this one? It's called Swedish death cleaning.
No, you haven't heard of it? Neither have we.
Yeah.
It's okay, it's not as serious as it sounds, but it's not serious.
Yeah.
It's the basis of a new series, narrated and executive produced by the brilliant mind of Amy Poehler. Okay, again, called The Gentle Art of Swedish Death Cleaning. It helps people declutter and face their reluctance at parting with certain things, like life. Take a look.
Is this something you're...
One of my kids' artwork.
Yeah, it has to go. Kids can do ugly things, actually.
Leave it to Ella to deliver the hard truths. Those Swedes are not afraid to be honest.
You can't save everything.
Wait, kids do ugly things. We love her.
Yes, we love her, Ella. Yeah, the Swedes are so good at being direct and honest and therefore kind.
So this is like, it's more than decluttering. Like, what is the death clean? Where does death come into it?
Well, the idea is based on a book, The Gentle Art of Swedish Death Cleaning, and really the Swedes have this idea about turning and facing the reality that we aren't going to all be here. We are all going to go.
Yes.
And in the meantime, maybe we should enjoy life while we are still alive to live it, and figure out what things are important to us, what things do we want to give away, and not burden other people with those decisions after we're gone. So it's kind of like taking a look at life. It's celebrating life by being very honest about what we
Well, those
collect
kind of
along the
direct
way.
conversations make people freak out. Like if you walk into someone's world and say, hey, I think you need to kind of face this important
You're going to
truth.
die. You don't need this. You can't take it with you.
Is it full of humor? Is that what gets you through the show?
It's really funny and very, like you said, very direct. And the people that we deal with, it's everyone from someone who has just suffered a loss to someone who wants their kids to start not like using their house anymore as a place to store stuff. So death cleaning is a concept, like spring cleaning, which you want to get rid of your stuff and also keep going through and deciding what is important to you. So it was really fun to work on this.
But you don't have to be on the brink of death to do these practices. And in all seriousness, I mean, the team includes a psychologist. Like this is about what? Clearing the clutter, but like also clearing your mind.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I love the kind of before and after shows and when things are done, but I don't love people getting shamed for the choices they've made in their life. This is not my gig. So we were really interested in the idea of teaming up with Scout, who produced Queer Eye, and that right tone of, just hearing people's stories and helping people figure out what they want to keep and what they want to let go of.
One of the things I just learned from that clip is something you just said. You said clear is kind.
Yeah.
And almost like unclear is unkind. If you're direct and you say something to someone, you are giving them a kindness. And that's not an easy thing to receive. But that seemed clear with the people you have
I love
on
about
this.
Swedes. My brother lives in Sweden and has for many years, and you always know where you stand.
Always,
they're not trying to shine anything. They really give it to you straight. And I don't know, I think that clarity can feel like a kindness.
Yeah, it can. It can be very generous. So sometimes it's easier to just gloss over as opposed to, as long as it's said kindly.
Yeah,
Not like that outfit looks terrible. Would they say that?
Well, in this show, we have a psychologist, we have an organizer, we have a designer, and they do say things like, why do you keep this? This is ugly and you don't like it. Stuff like
This
that.
is ugly, you don't like it.
But
can we talk about what else you have cooking, which is you and Tina Fey are going on the road. And we have to say, our friend across the street who works at Channel 4 here, Michael, he said his wife tried to get tickets and it's already sold out, girl.
Yeah, it's
Everybody's
exciting. We have our first shows this weekend in D.C., and then we move to Chicago and to Boston, and then we're going to come back hopefully in the fall in New York.
So what's the vibe? Tell us about what it is.
We're just kind of celebrating 30 years of friendship. So we've been friends for 30 years now, and so we're kind of going through the years, and we're doing sketch, we're doing improv, we're doing jokes, we're singing, we're dancing, we're doing it all.
We're cleaning.
We're cleaning up after ourselves. No, but it's been so fun. I mean, Tina and I get to see each other when we work together. That's kind of the way we get to see each other.
I was reading, actually, I don't know if I ever knew the backstory of how you met, but was it at Second City? The woman,
Yeah, it was in Chicago.
And she kind of it was like a blind date. Like she set you up, it was a matchmaking, like, I think you would be friends with her.
Yep. Yeah. It was like, there's this woman who you would like, who you might like performing with, and she has brown hair and you have blonde hair. You can be friends forever.
And it worked.
Yeah.
Did you hear our last segment about regrets in college?
Yes.
What about you? Do you have any regrets?
Well, the one thing is, I was in college before the internet. Like so I'm very lucky that a lot of the regrets that I made, there's no proof of them.
Yeah. Jenna's they're all, you can Google those.
I don't have anything that, I don't have a paper trail.
Were you a studier? Were you somebody what were you like in school and college?
I do feel like I worked really hard to get into college, and then once I got to college, I thought, okay, I'm done, and I kind of took my foot off the brake a little bit. But I like what you were saying about a gap year. I think that college and school and work, everything is broken in kind of a beautiful way post-pandemic. Yeah. So there's no way to do anything now. There's no right way. I think but
we were hoping so.
Every once in a while you just get this flash and you're like, oh no.
Did I really do
did I say that? Did I say it to him?
You did.
Amy, thank you so much. Stick around. Hoda and Jenna have more for you. More to chit chat about.
Yep. Can't wait.
Again, I just love the title, The Gentle Art of Swedish Death Cleaning. You can get all 8 episodes on Peacock starting tomorrow.
Coming up next, we got more ways to organize. Jill's here with some new steals and deals, including the perfect way to streamline your old photos and your videos. But first, this is Today on NBC. Your brother?
That's such a...
We are back. It is 8:30 on a Wednesday morning, April 26, 2023. Gonna give a little extra camera time to these smiling faces that have graced us with their presence on the plaza halfway through the week. Oh, Made in Savannah.
I know. There you go.
Made in Savannah.
We just had a little moment, didn't we, with Mr. Made in Savannah. Love that shirt. Guys, just ahead, Miss Amy Poehler, as mentioned. Looking forward to hearing all about, I know, isn't that a cute shirt? Her fun reality show. It's a bit edgy.
It is edgy.
It's called The Gentle Art of Swedish Death Cleaning.
Yes.
Only you, Amy, can make that funny. Okay, we'll talk about that. And then she and Tina are teaming up for a new comedy tour.
It's going to be fun. And then Jill's here with her new steals and deals all about tech. It'll save you time and some money. How about a smart vacuum? One of those that cleans your house for you.
I love that.
All right. And then coming up on the third hour, a decade-by-decade health checklist. The important screenings we all need to really do not put off, starting in your 20s all the way till your 80s. And we tell you, when you're closer to your 80s, you realize
check up on.
At a certain point, I think you just give up.
And quickly tomorrow on Today, Priyanka Chopra Jonas is going to be here live to talk about her latest projects, life as a working mom, and she's going to share something exclusive, a reveal that you're not going to see anywhere else.
That's
a big one. We're back with Steals and Deals this morning. Amazing bargains on tech to make sure that all aspects of your life are a little bit easier. Our guide today, lifestyle commerce contributor Jill Martin Brooks. So let's fire up our QR code. Let's get shopping. Jill, let's talk about what we got. These are all great tech gadgets that people might need.
And tech made easy. It's not complicated. It's something everyone can understand. All right, so let's start with something we had on our Sonoma trip in our gift bag. Everyone's a big fan of this. It's trending right now, the SolarWave Renewal Wand and Serum Kit. The retail $189.
How does it work?
So you've probably seen this all over. I think we have a video. What you do is, first of all, the tool uses skincare technologies, red light therapy, therapeutic warmth, and facial massage to help reduce the appearance of wrinkles, fine lines, dark circles, and blemishes. So what you do is you put the serum on first. On your face. You do a very good coat. And then you just take it and you sort of go in the direction of your skin. And you will see the brand says a difference in weeks. It's portable. It's rechargeable. It came with me on the trip. The retail $189. The deal $94.
$94, okay.
50% off. We'll have a video online, but this is a good way to try it out and not be intimidated by it.
I was going to say, it seems manageable. It's not like something scary.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Hit me.
Okay, so this is like right up your alley.
This is what I want.
This is it. Okay, these are so adorable, first of all, and beautiful. The Z-Tech Wireless Smart Touch speaker. The retail is $69.99. What's great about this, Bluetooth enabled, up to 30 feet away, and there's an easy sensor. There's no clumsy buttons, and you could podcast music, take calls.
So how loud is it? Like, is it?
It fills
good?
the room.
It fills the room.
You'll
That's
be
all
happy.
you need.
You'll be happy with it.
Okay. What's
Okay.
the price?
So the deal price is $24. That's 66% off. That makes a great gift.
And it's super, super cute. We
Sleek.
should point out.
Okay. This is a set of 3 smartphone stands.
Brilliant.
The retail $44.97. So there's a clip on these, so you could attach it to, let's say, a bicycle, if you're Al, or a backpack. So then when you get to your location, you can stand your phone in all different directions, vertical, horizontal, if you want to do a time photo, or you're cooking your tilapia and you need a recipe.
But here's the other thing. How many times have you had to do some kind of a Zoom and you're like, I need a stand, I don't have a stand,
And
you're
it's
propping it
shaking.
up on, this is it. You
Right.
put it on your
And
keychain.
It's a set of 3, so everyone in the family. The retail, if you have a family of 3, the retail family $44.97. The deal price $22, 51% off. There's 3 different color sets, so you could check those on today.com.
We love a cute charger, Jill.
Okay, well, this I love. Not only is it sleek and good looking, but it has a 6-foot long cable.
important.
So you're not attached to the wall while
no.
you're charging it, like many of us are. So this is the Courant Mag. $50 to $80 is the retail. Again, each one has a 6-foot label, very sleek colors.
Cute.
The deal price $25 to $40, 50% off.
I love that. All right. Take
Next
us down here.
This is right up your
Let's
alley.
talk about this in detail. I want to know.
In detail.
Yes,
you go into your basement or wherever you have your stuff. Mom, listen up.
Okay.
You take your VHS tapes, your film, your old pictures, whatever you want to reimagine and bring back, you put it in the box.
Don't tell me.
Send it off.
Don't tell me.
They send you back your stuff and a link, and you can send it around.
Wait. So they curate a beautiful link of all of your home movies, all of your pictures. You even have slides in here.
Do you remember?
I mean, slides.
Old school
from back
pictures,
in the
the
day.
VHS. I have boxes of these.
Yes.
And what I love about it is the ease. You literally, they show the process here. You literally put it in the box, you send it off, and they send you back a link that you can gift. What a beautiful gift to give someone. The deal price is $26 to $60, depending on which package you choose. That's up to 62% off. That's a must-have for everybody.
And you're right, by the way, the perfect gift. All right, let's clean up our houses.
Let me make sure this is the right remote for this because I have two remotes for different things.
Okay.
So the IonVac Smart Clean V2 Smart RoboVac, the retail price $274.97. I'm not sure I have the right remote here, so I could do it manually. So what's great about this, the brand says it uses mapping technology to create the best path to vacuum.
I got it.
And travel from hardwood floors to rugs and carpet easily. I don't know why you'd ever drop Fruit Loops instead of eating them, but just in case you do. Auto clean, carpet mode, spot clean, edge clean.
By the way, it's totally mesmerizing and easy because I'd never done it until right now.
Vacuum cam. It's pretty quiet considering what it's scooping up, and it knows when it needs to dock itself. It's Wi-Fi enabled, so you can control it from your phone by downloading an app. The deal price $119. That's 57% off.
Jill, this is awesome. Really awesome.
Thanks. All right, let me run through the products one more time. The SolarWave Radiant Renewal Wand and Serum Kit, the ZTech Wireless Smart Touch Speaker, the Go Donut mini set of 3 smartphone stands, the Courant Mag 1 magnetic wireless charger, the Capsule Time Capsule Digitization Kit, and the IonVac Smart Clean V2 Smart RoboVac.
Perfect, Jill. Thank you. Again, these deals, just scan our QR code, head to today.com/deals and find out more exclusive. We're back with the 3rd and 4th hour of Today, but first, your local news and weather. I love it. This is so fun.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
This morning on the 3rd hour of Today, final sale. Bed Bath & Beyond begins slashing prices today, just days after filing for bankruptcy. What we need to know before going into the stores. Then, in our series, She Made It, the scientist behind a poppin' business.
I kind of went, ping, this is a cool idea. I can do this.
Cool is right. How this busy mom is taking over our freezer section. Then, beauty secrets from a makeup mogul. Celebrity favorite Charlotte Tilbury, showing you how to get a fresh face in just 5 minutes. And in Today Food, we're using fresh ingredients to make 2 perfect spring side dishes. Today, Wednesday, April 26th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the 3rd hour of Today.
On a good Wednesday morning. Welcome to this third.
What day is it?
Hump
Day.
Mike.
Mike.
Never gets old.
It does.
Jeff.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Jeff,
Not if you're a
never
guy.
let us down. Craig Melvin, Dylan Dreyer, Chanel Jones, Albert Roker.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being with us halfway to the weekend. We have a big show lined up for
Yes, we do.
Not an ordinary Wednesday show. No. A big show. Have I oversold it?
Well,
Just a
no.
little
In
bit.
fact, speaking of over, the banks of the Mississippi are running.
Oh, that is for sure. What is going on?
It's a nice turn there.
Up there?
You said it's kind of dangerous,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. It basically is a slow motion disaster. That's got the potential for it. River is slowly rising. You look there live, Davenport, Iowa, and this is what's going to be coming for days to come. Governors of several states already issuing disaster declarations. This is a park in Davenport. This area could see their worst flooding in 20 years.
How did this happen?
Well, because we've had so much snow up at the headwaters of the Mississippi in Minnesota, Wisconsin. That is, there's still about 18, 20 inches of snow up there. That is melting and it's making its way down. Same thing's happening in the Sierra as well. They're going to be seeing some flooding too because of melting water. Plus, we've got severe weather from Florida, where they've got a very strong risk of hail, to Texas, where we've got a strong risk of tornadoes. In fact, we're talking EF2 tornadoes or stronger from Dallas to Waco, but can't rule out Tyler and Abilene, and then down in Florida. This is very unusual for this time of year, for them to see baseball-size hail and the possibility of tornadoes and strong straight line winds. So a lot going on for today.
Wow. You talk a lot of facts, baseball size, falling from the sky.
Exactly.
Baseball
Dangerous.
chunks of ice.
Yeah.
All right, well, now we want to get to the beginning of the end, really, for Bed Bath & Beyond. Today, the retail giant begins its closing sales at more than 300 locations, as well as buybuy BABY stores, too, just days after filing for bankruptcy. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us with what you need to know before you buy. Brian, good morning.
Good morning. Well,
just a couple days ago, we were talking about this. We knew the sales were coming. So what do people need to know?
Well, what you need to know is that you can rip up those coupons that we've all been accumulating in our drawers, those 20% off mailers, right? Because they're no good anymore. The reason why is because the closing sales are beginning today. The liquidation process has begun, and that means that you should expect to see some steep discounts at your local Bed Bath & Beyond as they try to get the merchandise off the shelves. And by the way, this not only covers the 360 or so Bed Bath & Beyond locations, but also 120 buybuy BABY locations as well. So
it's a good time, though, if you're, expecting, or if you have some friends or family. Online?
Yeah, well, online, you are seeing some discounts. I was seeing this morning as it began that 40, 50, 60% off in some cases. But look, at the end of the day, you're going to have to go to the store and see exactly what the markdowns are. It might not match what you're seeing online, but Chanel, to your point, this might be a good time to get out, and get some extra bath towels.
A fancy stroller, I used to see.
Buy some gifts for Christmas?
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We love giving tips here. Any advice or tips for folks who might want to take advantage of some of these last minute sales?
Yeah, so as we see the kind of discounting, some things to remember as you go to the store, a liquidation playbook, if you will. One thing is to just double check the deals, right? Just because you see a good discount doesn't mean it's not going to be, as bad or better than anything you can get online. Also check the quality, because with liquidation sales, they tend to bring everything onto the floor, and it means that maybe there could be some defective stuff, so just double check. And then third, buy wisely. Come with the list. That way you don't end up buying. Look, it's Bed Bath & Beyond, so they have a lot of stuff, right? Make sure you don't buy things that you don't need.
Just because it's on sale.
Just because it's on sale.
So we see this, David's Bridals, Sears, all these, JCPenney have all kind of gone under.
Yeah.
Is this the shape of things to come because of retailers like Amazon and e-commerce?
Yeah, well, you think of other names as well, right? Radio Shack, Toys R Us, right? Yeah, I mean, these are nostalgic names and iconic ones too, right?
Yeah.
But these are all brands that have gone by the wayside, as you mentioned, Al, because of the, e-commerce transition, but also because of big box retailers, right? People still need to go to the store in a pinch, and that's not going to change brick and mortar.
Right.
But the difference is you're going to one-stop shops, Target, Walmart, so that you can get your groceries in addition to Sam's Club, BJ's, Costco. And that's the reason why this is all changing. People still need to go out and visit a store. The difference is they're not going to make 4 or 5 stops when they leave the house.
Yeah, and you get those free samples.
And you do. I do love those free samples.
And Trader Joe's, they brought back the samples.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you.
Brian.
All right, well, now to the passing of an American icon. Actor, singer, activist Harry Belafonte died yesterday at age 96. His rise in entertainment began in the 1950s, and his legacy will last for generations to come.
What would you like the last page of your book to be?
He gave us his best, or he gave us the best he had.
For the better part of 96 years, Harry Belafonte gave us his best. Often sharing bits of himself with Today.
Dr. King once said, it isn't just the goals that you set for yourself in life. It's the journey in getting to them that really makes the difference.
His visits with us were a time capsule through history, chatting with Bryant Gumbel about planning Nelson Mandela's historic first visit to the States in 1990.
I believe that in a world that's caught up in a great thirst for democracy, I think people look at Nelson Mandela, who has been incarcerated for 27 and a half years, as a symbol of that thrust, as a symbol of that desire.
Sharing his causes.
Famine in and of itself does not really kill people. It's what we do about it that makes the difference.
His projects.
I mean, for the first time in 20 years, I've been reading scripts that say something, that excite me, that I think are important to talk about.
And trials. In 1996, undergoing treatment for prostate cancer.
It overwhelmed me. I don't know, for some reason I kind of felt that I was always going to be all omnipotent, that I would live forever.
Belafonte transcended racial barriers, but it was his willingness to combine entertainment and social justice that set him apart. In 1968, breaking barriers, hosting The Tonight Show, while catalyzing social change.
What do you have in store for us this summer?
I feel that we are in the midst of the most critical period in our nation.
Always in search of equality, Belafonte spent his life on the front lines of activism.
The thing that has always run parallel in your career has been the sense of social activism and a sense of purpose.
People said, when did you become an activist? I said, the day I was born.
Oh my gosh! What
a life!
I mean, just this regalness about him, and yet humility, and was able to effect so much change. Yes, he was a terrific performer.
Sure.
That's a given. But his activism, his philanthropy, really is going to be his legacy.
I was reading an article yesterday about him, and I knew obviously of his role in the civil rights movement. I did not fully appreciate that it was Harry Belafonte that reached out to a lot of folks to bring them into the fold. Paul Newman.
Especially that March on Washington, when they all got off that plane, and you saw who's Hollywood, at that moment, lending their voice when it wasn't a popular time.
Well, that's what I was saying this morning on the earlier show. I think sometimes, especially younger folks, you underestimate the bravery, the courage that it took to take that step. I mean, he could have stayed in the entertainment space and done just fine.
And you know, the interesting thing, on 9/11, he was here in our studio, waiting to go on for the 9 o'clock hour. And he spent the next almost 2 hours because nobody could leave. And just sitting there with Harry Belafonte when our nation is going through, there was something somewhat comforting about that. And yet on the pop culture side, you know, a whole new generation introduced to him thanks to Beetlejuice.
That's what Carson said this morning.
Exactly. So, it really, he touched all generations.
What was it that he said at the top of that piece when you asked him how he wanted to be remembered?
Or the work got done.
It surely did.
Life well lived, Mr.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, we're going to take a turn as we come back. It's today's checklist. We're going to break down the most important health screening as we age, starting in the 20s. Not the 1920s, your 20s. Then later in She Made It, a scientist who turned a cool idea into a thriving business. And we'll just pop back in just a few minutes after the third hour today continues.
All right, today's checklist all about our health. our health by the decade. As the years pass, our medical needs change. So this morning, we're going to cover some very important screenings starting in your 20s. Dr. Cedric McFadden is back. Dr. McFadden is a board-certified colorectal and general surgeon. Good to have you back.
Good morning.
Hey. I mean, first of all, just how important in general are these screenings as people get older?
They're extremely important. Craig, here's the reality. We're getting older. You're aging. I'm aging, we all are, and that's the beauty of life, right? But as we age, our bodies become more susceptible to a wide range of diseases and problems, many of which, if we can find it early, can be treated or even prevented. And when we consider health screenings, there are several factors that we want to keep in mind. Number one, we need to find testing that is available, accessible, safe, not producing more harm than good, and many of these tests begin based on our family history. So we have to know that history. We also have to remember that based on the results of these tests, it could lead to more complex treatments like chemotherapy and radiation, which really goes into the equation of should we test, when we should test, and how often that testing should be done.
All right, well, let's start in our 20s. Yeah. Now, obviously doesn't apply to any of us, but or 30s for that matter. But 20s and 30s, what should folks be focused on in those decades?
So in this age group, I like to remember the phrase, start early and stay ahead, right? Because we want to prioritize health screenings to really set us up for a strong foundation for a lifetime of optimal health. And when we're doing this, the American Academy of Family Physicians, they tell us recommendations for screening for high blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol, and even obesity. And if you have high blood pressure, you're going to be doing this every year. If you don't have any diagnosis already, this may be done every 2 or 3 years, along with cholesterol and diabetes testing by your mid-30s. Okay. The other one that's very important to remember is cervical cancer. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, they give recommendations to begin this in the 20s every 3 years. The one I really like on here is skin cancer, because there's no formal recommendations for skin cancer, but this is where it comes back to us. To every month, take a look at your entire body, back, front, side, all of it. And if you see anything that's abnormal, you got to bring it up to your doctor to evaluate it further.
Once we get into our 40s and 50s, I feel like we need all of this.
Correct.
And then have to add some more to it.
It continues. And this is where we get to the real meat of many of the cancers that we think about. Breast cancer screening, you'll hear by 50 you should be having that done. I like the American College of Surgeons recommendations that by 40 we need to start having that conversation and considering doing that every year. Colorectal cancer by 45, having a colonoscopy, and every 10 years if it's normal. Prostate cancer, we've talked about before as well, by your 50s or sooner if there's a family history. And many people forget glaucoma and really having a comprehensive eye exam. So this is more than just making sure your glasses or your contacts are fitting properly. This is the full thing, the dilation where you're wearing the funny glasses afterwards. You got to get this done, periodically once you reach the age of 40. And lung cancer, if you've smoked, if you're a current smoker, you got to get this test done by your 50s every single year.
And now we move into our 60s, decade I'm familiar with. So it's this list, and then we add what?
So we add a few things. One of the ones that we like to talk about, especially in postmenopausal women who's reached the age of 65, screening for osteoporosis. Very easy test that you should have done, because we know that falls can be a great source of morbidity and mortality, and one of that.
Do men have to worry about osteoporosis?
They may have to worry about it, but the screening recommendations are primarily for women, and that's why your doctor's still checking for vitamin D as you age during your routine visits as well. Cognitive impairment, we can't forget about just making sure we're all good up there, right? That's something that's going to be done during your yearly appointments with your doctor. And abdominal aortic aneurysms, if you are male, if you've been a smoker, or you have a family history, get a one-time ultrasound done in your 60s to make sure you don't have.
I've never heard of that. We only have like 60 seconds left or less at this point. Someone in their 70s or 80s above, what do you need to do?
Listen up, Al.
So often people think it all stops here, but it's very hard to have conversations with patients come into my office and say, I'm 80 years old, I'm otherwise healthy, can I keep going? And we individualize all the other screenings so it may continue. Things that we still have to make sure we do is talking about fall prevention, making sure that the home is safe, making sure that they're eating well, because those things can then extend life even further. Listen, We're all going to age. We want to do it gracefully. How we get there is
We
our
want to
choice.
age.
We do it.
We want to keep doing it.
Beats the alternative, right?
Yeah.
It beats the alternative.
Thank you, Don. Always great information.
Thank you so much.
And a great jacket.
That is
Yeah, it
nice.
looks like an owl jacket, actually.
I got to go over and feel it.
I did.
Yeah.
Jacket envy.
All right, coming up, it's She Made It. Jill meets the entrepreneur behind a booming popsicle business who says her light bulb moment came from her kids. And then later, actor Dylan Sprouse stops by to share his new movie. There he is, his other passion, and we're going to look back on acting alongside his brother Cole. We'll be right back. Ooh, thumbs up. We're back now with She Made It, and today lifestyle and commerce contributor Jill Martin Brooks met an entrepreneur whose life changed when an idea popped into her head.
Hi.
Good morning.
You're going to understand the popped
Yes.
reference because it's right up Al's alley. Okay, I sat down with the founder and CEO of DB's Organics, which has become known for its fruit freezer pops. She's tasting sweet success now, but it's been a decade in the making.
Being an entrepreneur actually wasn't in my this is what I'm going to be. I went to school to become a PhD, and I went to the school of hard knocks to be an entrepreneur.
As a medical scientist, Deanne Laszlo Baker studied how exposure to chemicals affected fetal development during pregnancy. But it was her kids who inspired her to leave the science lab.
I was in the kitchen one day, and our son was making tea. His sister was making popsicles, and they were arguing, and one of them said, "Mommy, let's make teasicles." I kind of went, ping, this is a cool idea.
That spark led Deanne to launch DB's Organics. Knowing nothing about running a business, she learned from others along the way.
One thing as an entrepreneur is to be humble enough to admit when you aren't an expert in something and get the expertise and surround people who are brilliant around you.
I love that as advice to entrepreneurs because that knowing what you don't know and being okay with saying that is such a key to success, don't you think?
That was probably one of the key things early days, was going out and talking to as many people as I could so that I could understand. I didn't know what a P&L statement was. I didn't know what an MCB
Profits and
is.
losses. She began experimenting in her own kitchen in 2012, but over the years, they stopped making teasicles, ultimately releasing Superfruit Freezy Pops in 2016. They're made without artificial colors, flavors, preservatives, or added sugar. The fruity treats appeal put DB's Organics into almost 20,000 stores across North America, including Costco, Walmart, and Kroger. But the journey hasn't been all sweet, especially in the early years when she and her husband poured all their money into the business. One of the pivotal moments you talked about briefly was that your daughter had to buy you groceries, and now you're filling the grocery aisles. I mean, definitely you could see the irony in that, but why does that moment stick out for you?
I was going through a checkout in our local store. They said, you know, this card doesn't work, that card doesn't work. I had no cash, and I'm taking off, okay, let's not buy this, let's not, just the essentials. And I had tears in my eyes because I'm in front of my kids, and I'm looking at them like, oh my God, what did I just do to our family? And my daughter says, Mom, I'll buy groceries. Just such a hard moment in the evolution. And it just keeps me grounded, I think, today.
While she remains grounded in the day-to-day, Deanne is also committed to Dream Launcher, a program from DB's Organics for employees to give back to causes they're passionate about, with the company offering funding and time off. Dion also supports the dreams of fellow entrepreneurs.
As DB's has succeeded, we've been investing in female founders. I do a lot of mentoring for different parts of our communities, from women to women of color, race, gender, ethnicity, religion. That doesn't matter. I really try and help people who might have an otherwise more challenging journey ahead.
Her children, who inspired DB's Organics more than 10 years ago, are the apple of her eye and the heart of the company. What is your personal driving force to keeping this business going?
I want my kids to feel proud. I want them to know that their mom did it and mom persevered. And even when it was really, really, really hard, they began as my barometer of, would I be proud to tell them what I'm doing? And it's to this day that would I be proud, and would it mean something to them?
Oh. We ended in tears, but they were happy tears. And that Dream Launcher program is really special. We mentioned they offer money and time off for causes that employees are passionate about. Some great examples. One employee and his daughter raised money for the Berkeley Humane Society with a concert. Another employee's niece, Addison, had terminal cancer. Her dream was to rent out a movie theater and have a big party with her friends. They were able to make that happen. And, you know, on top of all of that, the product is so delicious. So it's shelf stable, and we were talking about, like, for your kids and as a snack, delicious, right?
The ingredients are like apple juice for a sweetener.
This is really good.
It's all just stuff you feel good giving to your family.
Yeah, and delicious. It reminds me of when we were a kid and we had those unhealthy ones.
Well, I was just about to say, I don't usually buy them because they're usually just, corn syrup. Can you get these everywhere?
Yeah, I actually have the list on today.com of all the different places you could buy them.
This is worth it.
Thanks for introducing us.
Yeah, this is good.
Thanks for the freezing.
Yummy.
I feel like my mouth is
brain freeze.
I know. It hurts me. All right, good. Coming up next, we watched him grow up in the sweet life of Zach and Cody. Now, actor Dylan Sprouse is out with a new movie. It's unlike anything we've ever seen him in before. We're going to catch up with him. And she's a favorite of Hollywood A-listers. Now, makeup mogul Charlotte Tilbury is showing us, the rest of us, how to get a fresh look, including her secret for tired eyes. We love when she's here. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Guest is an actor who is 30 years old and has already been entertaining us for decades.
At age 6, Dylan Sprouse played Julian in Big Daddy, a role he shared with his brother Cole, and of course starred opposite Adam Sandler.
And then he would go on to spend 6 years on the Disney Channel. Shows like The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody and The Sweet Life on Deck.
Oh, I was there for that with my daughter Leela watching those. And now we're seeing a different side of Dylan in the new film, Beautiful Disaster. He plays Travis, who's a charming college student who becomes intrigued when a classmate rejects him.
I'm not trying to sleep with you or bag you. I'm just trying to take you to dinner.
Bag me? What am I, groceries? Have you not read a newspaper in the last 4 years? Men don't talk like that anymore.
Which men?
The evolved men of planet Earth. The ones who are actually in touch with their feelings. I don't like you. Leave me alone. You're not going to let this go, are you?
A pick you up at 8.
I like the confidence.
That's a smoldering
She's got a
look.
crush
Dylan.
on you, I think.
Nice to see you, Dylan.
That was the most acting I've ever done. Looking smoldering.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
So this is a little different for you, a little edgy, kind of steamy. What made you think about doing this?
Edgy, steamy, those are just my favorite projects. No, I don't know. I think like recently in my career, I'm always trying to do things that are a little different from what I've done because now that you guys have told everyone I'm 30 years old, I kind of want to continue in doing things that are fun and challenging for me.
Yeah.
So in this, there was a lot of boxing and physical work too, and I'm a lazy man, so that was challenging.
Well, I was going to
do something different.
For sure.
I was going to ask you about that. There are a ton of fight scenes in this movie, and so I've heard it required not just a ton of training, but the diet. Was that pretty intense too, or what is that doing?
Well, that's the thing. Everybody comments about how tough it is to do the training, and it was. We did about 4 hours of training for 3 months of pre-production. That was 4 hours every day.
Wow.
So it was 2 hours of boxing and stunt work, and then 2 hours of bodybuilding. But honestly, the worst part of it was the stacks of unsalted sea bass that you had to eat in fillets, like 5 or 6.
Pure protein.
And bowls of rice this big. And broccoli just steamed, like no seasoning at all.
Why can't you put a little salt on it?
Nothing.
Not part of the training.
Not part of the diet.
Well, it worked to be a boxer.
It did work, but that's the thing. That's why I'm only doing it if a movie asks.
So, I mean, Al mentioned that because he interviewed you back when you were 6 years old.
Yeah.
You've been in the game a long time. You grew up acting with your brother Cole. A lot of folks knew you from Disney. And then you leave acting. You go off to NYU, and now you're back. Are you approaching the industry different at all this time around or no?
Definitely. I mean, I think back then, when I was a child doing it, as many child actors do, you were kind of pushed into it by your parents in a lot of ways, or the industry around you, because you were so young. It's the same way they tell you to go to school. I was going to work.
Yeah.
So I think there was a point in my life where I asked myself, is this something that I actually love to do, or is this something that I was pushed into? And I discovered during my time away at college that I do actually love to do.
Besides acting, you also have a hobby / business.
I do.
Making mead.
Yeah.
Mead.
Who makes
what?
Virtually
no one. What mead is?
Yeah, I don't even know what is mead.
It's a medieval drink.
It is.
Right?
It is the oldest alcoholic beverage in the world.
In the world.
It is honey wine. So primary fermentable sugar is honey, and it's very delectable.
Do you have any with you?
I'm afraid it's 9 in the morning.
Oh, but that doesn't.
Our show, Dylan.
That's true. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusion.
Hey, really quickly, you're rocking the turtleneck.
We like
today.
it.
Oh no, I don't.
No?
I actually don't know why I'm in a turtleneck.
Could it be that you had a fashion
inspiration?
Take a look at this picture, because I think this might have been.
Oh, stop! Every week with this picture. My God.
It was that picture that brought me here to this very moment.
Dylan, you're good.
All the cool kids are wearing them now.
Are you just saying that?
I am just saying that.
Oh, Dylan, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Great
Dylan.
seeing you.
Bring some mead next time.
I will.
That's
I'll
right.
send a case.
All right, Beautiful Disaster, available on video on demand and digital platforms starting May 2nd.
I should have seen that coming. I should have seen it coming.
All right, up next, we are going glam. Makeup artist of the stars, Charlotte Tilbury, is here to spill some red carpet secrets, including the must-have item you probably have in your kitchen, believe it or not. And then later, we're going to stay in the kitchen. A fresh spring seafood skewer is on the menu for you today in Today Food. We'll be right back.
All right. I should have seen that coming.
I can't believe it.
I'm just like walking all
I know,
over
where
the
you
place.
going, Dylan?
We are back with our series Fresh Face in 5 in honor of next week's Met Gala. We are going to show you how easy it is to go glam.
I love this. Makeup mogul Charlotte Tilbury is here with us. She's one of our favorites. She's the founder of her own makeup line, Charlotte Tilbury Beauty, and she is sharing her red carpet secrets with you. Good morning to you.
Good morning, darlings.
I
How
love Met
are
Gala
you?
season.
So I thought I've got my back to you, darling. Met Gala season is
Isn't it
super exciting.
It's one of our producers showed me a picture this morning. I forgot about this last time. We witnessed a moment on the red carpet. Do you remember that proposal? Look at this. You can see me behind Charlotte. See my face?
I've got another picture where we're literally like bang in the middle of the two of them. I mean, it was like a kind of Disney princess moment. I just can't, I was like,
I love it.
It was so magical.
You just
So
never know what's going to happen.
You never
All right,
know.
so here's the deal. Even if you're not on the red carpet, you can get that glam. So let's start with our first look. You're going to talk about how to prep the skin first.
Okay,
right?
darling. Well, basically, I am giving away all of my red carpet secrets and tips today from the red carpet. So this is a Hollywood trick that we always used to do, taking cold spoons, because we all know about cryotherapy, how that depuffs. We're all tired and exhausted, are we not? Right, so we used to take this. We don't need these spoons anymore and the ice because we have this tool. So this has things like caffeine. You put this underneath your eyes.
Is something coming out there?
Yes, this is a serum. And inside it, and then you take this part of the tool and you move, because people don't realize the microcirculation around the eyes is absolutely key.
How long do you do that?
And you can do this for like 10 minutes, but I cannot tell you how important. If you wake up with puffy, tired eyes, this is going to change your life. This is like an alarm clock.
Even if it's like
for
a
the
little
eyes.
bit of an allergy in the morning, sometimes I wake up, especially this time of year.
Exactly. It will really, because it will drain all the puffiness away, and you do this, you could keep this in the fridge, and this will drain the puffiness. It's like an alarm clock for the eyes. They will look bigger, brighter, fresher eyes.
Really quickly, can we talk about the T-zone?
Oh, the T-zone. Okay, well, that's on another one.
Oh, is that another one? Okay. Oh, we're coming over here. Thank
We're
you,
over
Vicky.
here, darling. We're over here. Okay, darlings, let's go. Right, let's talk about the T-zone. This is what is in if you want to know what is inside every single clutch bag of every single celebrity or at the Met Gala. I'm telling you, darling, I'm doing most of those celebrities this weekend. I'm doing everyone from Penelope Cruz to Salma Hayek. Which
amazing.
Where they're doing all of them. Okay, this. Now, if you want this is the secret. Darling, gorgeous cameraman. Thank you. Could you come in close?
So pretty.
Because we want to show you. This is the secret to flawless, poreless skin.
That's why we have our two sides. Okay.
Okay, let me say, you need a brightening powder. This is a brightening powder, okay? A brightening powder. We put this underneath the eyes like this. Look up for me, darling. This will brighten. Okay, we're on top of your foundation. This, can you come in close?
Yeah,
he's
close.
Darling.
Look, he zoomed in. Look.
You zoomed in. I love you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, darling.
That's how confident she is. She's like, zoom in.
Okay, zoom in, darling.
Look at that.
This is a brightening powder.
Okay.
You put this on, this depuffs, lifts, smooths. I will never forget J-Lo telling me these powders, also they've got hyaluronic acid in it. You need to get a powder. These powders will not make you look dusty. They will give you airbrush skin. Can we just come in close? Then we take a second powder and smooth. Now, can we just see? It's gorgeous. Flawless looking skin. Why? Because they're mixed with hyaluronic acid. So you get a powder like this. Look how youth boosting.
Oh my God, look at that. Gorgeous.
Look how youth boosting. Can we just go, darling? Darling, that's it.
Look at
and
that.
the other way. Here we go.
Oh, man.
Okay, darling.
I'm obsessed.
Look at that.
So
Airbrush, flawless,
the
poreless
proof is
skin.
there.
This is it. These powders will this is inside every clutch bag of every celebrity on the red carpet. It's like an Instagram filter.
I'm glad I have those in my clutch bag too. So
Right.
very
We need
excited
them on
I've used
set
all this
today
stuff.
because they make us look flawless and poreless.
Love it.
Let's talk about the cat eye.
Okay.
It seems very difficult to do and not everyone can pull it off.
Okay, well, we know that there's a whole
clearly
trend
can.
on TikTok with everyone doing an envelope, but let me just show you. This is the secret to bigger, brighter eyes. So we take an eyeliner.
Look at the difference
Look at
between
this.
her eyes,
Come in,
though.
come in.
Open
love.
your eyes, Susan.
Sweetie, darling, come in close.
Girl.
Gorgeous. Look at that. Now, this is a bigger, brighter eye. What is this trick? Okay, this is a dual-ended eyeliner. Open up for me, darling. We take this peachy color like this. We go, look at me. Look up, sweetie. Inside the waterline, we draw along the waterline. What does this do? This opens up the eye, makes it bigger and brighter. Now I'm going to take the other side, which is a gorgeous navy blue color. Now, navy blue makes the eyes look a lot whiter. So if you're tired, slightly red eyes, this is a great Hollywood trick. Close your eyes. So we go along the lash line. Now, what do? We sweep, when we get to the outer corner, we sweep upwards and outwards. If you make a mistake, you just get a pointed cotton bud. Open up your eye, darling. Look in the mirror and sweep upwards like that.
Gorgeous. Okay, I want to make sure we get to body sculpting.
Okay, body sculpting. Let me just tell you, this is the
we have
next
Silvana
secret that
here.
every Hollywood star, let me tell you, and every supermodel on the red carpet is giving you a supermodel body. Now, this, we can all have it, darling. Everyone. So we take on a bit of moisturizer. We put the moisturizer on like that.
Gorgeous.
We take this. Look how quick and easy this is.
What is
this? Is
it's a bronzer?
This gives you a sculpted. This just looks great on everyone. Look at that. Look at the sculpting. Let me just, darling cameraman, could you come in a little bit closer?
He zoomed in. Look, Charlotte.
Zoom in for me, darling. I just want to show you. This gives you that incredible. You know how celebrities,
and you can put that
they
all
don't
over.
just have the glow on the face.
Gorgeous.
They have the glow on the body. Can I show you the leg, darling? Can we just do a leg?
She's got legs.
Can we take the two? Can you see the shine? Can you
Charlotte,
see that glow?
this is amazing.
And now
I know.
see the other one.
I'm like taking it. Okay,
Before,
thank you for coming.
after. We all need it, darling.
I'm
We
like,
can all
I'll
have it.
use this for
Thank you
Monday.
so much, Charlotte.
Oh my gosh,
Great,
thank you
always.
so
Thank you. And
much.
models, you guys are obviously models.
Divine.
Thank you. There you go.
Thank you. Gorgeous.
Love.
I'm giving away all of my secrets.
All right, we're going to put a shine right now on pasta and salad. It's the springtime combination with an Italian spin you have been waiting for. Third hour today. I'll be right back, darling. We are back with Today Food, and we're going to embrace the season with some fresh ingredients for a bright spring salad. So we got chef and author of the cookbook Heirloom Kitchen, Anna Francesi Goss, is here. 2 simple recipes that we all want to make. Anna, good to see you again.
Good morning,
guys. Hi. Smells good already.
Every time you're here, you make such delicious things.
That's
We're
right.
excited
so
for
we're
this.
going to start off with what kind of salad?
So we're going to make a tortellini salad, and we're going to start with the dressing. I'm going to make the pitch for homemade dressing.
Okay.
It's really worth it. You're just going to do some Dijon mustard, salt, oregano.
Everything in?
Everything in the pool.
What else is in there?
What else was that?
We got Dijon mustard, garlic. Now we're going to throw in the balsamic,
Okay.
and we're going to mix it. Now you're going to
Drizzle.
drizzle while I
Olive oil?
stream it in. Yep.
Okay.
And you're just going to emulsify. That's a fancy
I
word
don't know
for
why
getting
I don't make
everything
more
to-
dressing. It's so easy.
And you can just put it in a bottle and keep it in your
I
fridge.
know.
Exactly. It lasts in the fridge.
Okay.
And it is great
Yummy.
for a week.
Yep.
Now, we're
Basic
gonna-
salami?
Basic salami. We're going to add our mix-ins. Now, you can do salami, supersada, deli ham, whatever you like.
I like the
your
chunks
salad.
in the salad.
Yeah, you want to just have a little texture in there. And speaking of texture, we're going to do some mozzarella, tomato, olives, artichoke.
Just
Salad.
canned artichoke.
Yeah, canned. This is a pantry wonder.
Right.
Wow. Okay, and roasted red
And then you're basically just using frozen tortellini for this.
Yeah. They're hanging out in the freezer. Get
I
them
just
in.
didn't even realize. I thought I would have to.
Here.
have to use fresh.
Okay.
This
Let's
is
mix.
amazing.
Mix it up. Al, I'm going to put you to work.
Okay.
You mix.
Okay.
grab
Then a little
that
drizzle of that dressing.
And just drizzle.
That is delicious.
Oh.
And this,
my
this
goodness.
gets better with age. 2 days in, you're going to still love this.
Oh my gosh.
Bring it to your next
this
barbecue.
is so delicious.
All
And
right.
that dressing, it probably goes good on a lot of
Yeah,
things.
just add some fresh basil before you serve it, and then you're good to go.
Now you're going to do a
Amazing.
panzanella?
We're going to go panzanella, baby.
What is a panzanella?
So panzanella is just a really delicious vegetable and bread salad. And the bread soaks up all that great dressing.
Okay.
So one little trick that I have that I like is I always salt my tomatoes and my cucumbers before they go in.
Oh.
Get up nice and high.
Boom.
So it's not so
Salt
watery.
Bay.
Salt Bay. Get that in there, let that sit. It's going to drain. It brings out the flavor
About
and
how
gets
long?
rid of the moisture. 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right, get that in.
I know, it's hard to put it
We
down.
got our
So good.
peppers.
Mm-hmm.
We want to make this bright. We want to make this pretty. And now, same thing. We're going to
Mm-hmm.
do another quick dressing.
Okay, what is this one?
Same type of deal, just
But
we're not
all in
gonna do-
here.
All in there, right on top. All right?
Okay.
That's all in there.
So we'll do all that. We'll dress it.
Oh, it's pepper.
Yeah, you're always going to put a little salt and pep.
Okay.
And now the shrimp part of this.
Oregano.
Now, what are you doing with the shrimp?
The shrimp gets grilled, but I have another tip for you.
Okay.
Take a little granulated sugar
Oh.
right before you grill. I know. Stay with me.
What does that do?
And you're going to get all these pretty grill marks. Look at that. Look at that.
Right.
It
While you're doing that, you can
caramelizes.
toast the breadcrumb. The bread.
Breadcrumb, that is homemade with just leftover bread.
That is really good.
Just, yeah, get it
Toast
in
it
the
with
oven,
olive oil?
a little dried oregano,
Well, let's
salt,
try
and
it.
pepper.
Here.
Look at this.
And then boom.
Yeah.
Try
Got
that
the shrimp.
bread.
You've got the veggies. Everything perfect.
This
my
also
Lord.
gets better with age, and then you can serve that shrimp today, and some risotto tomorrow,
Say
whatever
hi to
you
your
want to
dad.
do. Hi, Dad.
And it's
He
quick,
watches.
too.
All right. For
Yeah.
these recipes, head to today.com/food. Anna, thank you so much.
Thank
Third
you.
hour today. I'll be right back.
This is delicious.
Yeah, thank you.
We are so thrilled. Tomorrow on the third hour of the day, we got Motown legend Smokey Robinson live performing.
That's even better. Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Amy Poehler stops by to talk about her new series on Peacock and touring with Tina Fey.
We will see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful day, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's going to be a good show tomorrow.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Today, one of our favorite funny ladies, Amy Poehler, on her new reality series and her tour with Tina Fey. Plus, actress and model Molly Sims reveals the big news her fans have been waiting for. And we'll check out some of the hottest debates dividing the internet. So, which side are you on?
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, 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 how are you? Welcome in. It's Wednesday. It is April the 26th. It's good to see you.
Don't you like when Wednesday kind of hit?
Well, I like Wednesday because Wednesday means we're almost on our way to New Orleans.
Yes.
We're so excited, you guys. We're going to have the most fun. Just to remind you, we'll be there on Monday. Jazz Fest is this weekend. It's going to have all the great musical acts. We're going to be in flip-flops.
Have you been
and
packing
tank tops.
yet?
Can I tell you something? I've been thinking about it.
You know what you're going to take.
Yes, I bought new flip-flops because mine are trashed, and a tank top that says "Good Vibes." You know how I like it with a rainbow.
I mean,
you know me.
The fact that you had to buy that shirt,
Another
don't you
one.
own about a dozen?
I do, but I love messages.
You love a Good Vibe T-shirt.
I can't wait. I just cannot wait.
It's going to be so
How
fun.
are you, by the way?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
I'm doing great.
Have you seen the cover of People magazine?
Not yet, but this is great. It's People's beautiful edition, and look who is on the cover. Somebody
Our
we adore.
friend, Melissa McCarthy.
Oh, she looks gorgeous. She's the funniest, as we know.
I love that. I love her. I think, it's like we always talk about how people can be multifaceted.
Yes.
Sometimes people get pigeonholed, as
Pigeonholed.
as the funny one or the smart one, like you always talk about you and your sister, or
Yes.
whatever you are, and you realize, like, wait a minute.
She is both hilarious and absolutely breathtakingly beautiful. But the best part is that, of course, the humor is sort of always there.
I
So
know.
her reaction
exactly.
to the magazine was all hilarious.
Yes.
For example, she said, "Did my mom and dad have the 2 main votes?"
And she also joked about the cover, saying, can you imagine if I was like, oh, that's just me laying around the house. Those are candid shots, you guys. Just finished vacuuming.
It's so hilarious because she is completely glammed out, in these big dresses that are beautiful and
it is funny sometimes when your role or the way you see yourself or others see you, and all of a sudden you put on a dress or something that doesn't like you feel like it's not even right in your skin.
because it feels like it's almost a costume.
Yes,
We've
doesn't
done it
feel
before.
real. And I feel like I do it even now. When you put something on and you're like, someone will say, oh, that's so cute on you.
Yeah.
It's like I feel totally not like
Weird.
myself.
Yes.
I can't shake it. You were the funny friend, like
Yes.
Melissa.
Well,
you have a lot of friends. Do you think you have too many friends?
No, but why do you? I knew you were
The
thinking
reason
this.
No, you know why I'm thinking this? Because when you told me that you were bridesmaid 26 times or whatever
I said
it was.
14.
Whatever, a lot.
You just doubled it.
I doubled it. But, look, I was at your 40th. I think it was brilliant. You have a whole huge bunch of friends who have a connect with you like they're the only one.
Yeah.
I think many were surprised to know they weren't the only one. They were like, wait, you have this with her too? But do you think, in all honesty, you have too many friends?
No.
Okay.
I feel so. I mean, first of all, I had grandparents that modeled friendship.
Yeah.
Like their happiest relationships were with their
friendships.
best
Yes,
friends,
yes.
and I could name them now.
Yes.
I
Yes.
remember, and even like when on their deathbeds, they had a friend that would sneak a martini into the hospital.
I love that.
They had a Manhattan. My grandma had a Manhattan with their best friend right before she passed away. Like that, to me, has been modeled. So no, because also my friends don't expect. I've had many of these friends since I was in middle
Little
school,
kid, yeah.
high school, college. They don't expect me to like roll, to be there for them all the time. I can't make every reunion.
Of course. Yeah.
So it's like,
but
that's
enough. And you have your core. Like
Yes.
I think if you have a core
Yes.
group that you can call like your like
Yes.
who sneaks the martini in,
Yes.
who's there on your bad days.
But
who's
it
the one-
is funny how in a group, there's kind of roles.
Yeah.
Like we know that Melissa is the funny one.
Hilarious. And you are. So sometimes when they are some people waiting for you to be funny, like do something funny?
I think that's all about what I'm waiting to drop. Sometimes, even my sister was like, God, I wish I didn't laugh at all your jokes. Like, I wish I had this self-restraint because
But you are funny. But sometimes there is pressure on the funny one. Because sometimes maybe you don't feel like it on that day.
Well, is there...
Maybe you just want to go out and eat.
It's fine. Is there pressure on the wise one? The insightful one? I mean, Gavin?
Gavin, yeah.
Gavin's like, yeah. Is there pressure to be the sort of...
Well, are you talking about me?
Yeah, because you're the wise... Well, you're first of all, you're hilarious and you're fun, but you're also kind of like the peace healer. You're like the Mother Teresa of your crew.
I think, you know what's funny? I think there's a place for everybody. And I think the dance with friendship is knowing when it's your turn to jump in.
Totally.
Do you know what I mean? It's like jumping rope. And I think, don't you feel like often you have insight on a whole bunch of things, but sometimes it's better just not to say your thing. It's okay
to listen,
to let people have because sometimes it's like, well, I went there, I did that, the friend, I was there first, I went, and you're like, okay, you know who does that? Maria Shriver will sit in a room with people who are all talking about something that I know she has experienced to a depth they couldn't
100%.
imagine. And yet she goes, and then what happened?
Yeah.
Like, and just a real authentic curiosity.
Yes.
But I think it takes a lot of self-discipline not to dive in.
Yes.
Because you have eaten at that restaurant. You did visit that place,
Totally.
and you want to be in it.
You want to, what people want is to be heard.
That's it. They don't even. No one cares what you're saying. If you just say the only line that you need to ever say at a party when you're at a cocktail party is, "Tell me more."
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah, totally.
Can you imagine? It's like. By the way, back to the People's Most Beautiful. If you page through to the most important page on that, there is a beautiful two-shot of a wonderful friend of mine and Jenna. Hollywood Hager and Jenna Bush Hager made it, and this is called Beauties and Their Beasts. Why is Hollywood a beast?
I wonder if that means I'm the beast.
Here's what the description says. Despite being allergic to cats,
it's true.
The Today Show co-host got her daughter Mila a kitty, Hollywood, or Holly for short, as a Christmas present. My eyes are red, but I love her. Do you feel like you're overexposing Holly? Is she getting too much?
I don't know. Is there a cat brand out there looking for a cat ambassador? Because listen, she's an animal. I love her, but she's willing to work, you know? And mama and daddy got to send the kids to school.
So you want Hollywood to be like the Purina spokesperson?
Well, we named her Hollywood.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. We don't. Holly's happy just being the house cat that she is.
Wow, she seems very cool. Can we wish a happy birthday to Carol Burnett?
Yes,
she turns
please.
90. There is a special tonight on NBC. Amy Poehler, who we have on our show later, is one of the guests. They are all honoring her. These are all the people who have looked up to Carol Burnett.
Can you believe 90 years?
Amazing.
Talk about the funny friend.
Yeah.
She's been the one that has brought so much laughter and joy to so many lives. So it'll be so fun to watch
it tonight. It's going to be good. And also, can we shout out our staff? Because this show, this little program you watch, was nominated for a Daytime Emmy.
Yes.
So congratulations to all of our producers and our staff and everybody. Congrats to everybody.
So many people helped this get on the air, so thank you.
All right, coming up next, the drink debate that has tens of millions of people choosing sides.
Yeah, we're going to check out what has the internet divided. It's that right there, right after this.
Get all kinds of buzzy debates raging on social media, so we want to get in on the fun. It's a new segment we are calling The Internet's Divided.
All right, here to break down what everyone's talking about is today digital editorial director Ariana Davis. Okay,
Hi.
This is so smart.
What do we got, girl?
Listen, the internet is a place for hot debates. So our first the internet is divided over spoons. I know it sounds like a very simple topic, but there are two groups of people who go for like the smooth, shiny spoon apparently, and then people who go for the more loved, adorned, kind of scratched up spoon.
Oh, I thought we were talking about size matters.
No, it's more of the weight and the feel of the spoon. This all started on TikTok. There's this user named Mummy and Kelly, and her TikTok has almost 16 million views, and people are just like, what spoon type of personality are you? So I need to know which spoon are y'all
Now,
picking?
I already know which one I am. Jen, I would like you to sample these two spoons.
Okay. See, now
hold in your hand.
I know, but
it's
here's
the same size. Same size.
See, it's about the size for me. I like a smaller spoon.
Yeah, but they're both they're close. Tiny.
Okay,
tiny.
so I would go with this one, but not because it's shiny, because I like a small
But you know what I
yogurt
like?
bite.
Now feel the weight of the other one in your hand.
Yeah, it's
too
better
heavy.
weight.
See,
Is it
too
the
heavy.
weight?
I like this
Oh,
one
the small,
too.
because it's
Oh,
smaller.
wow. Okay.
I like it lighter
You
and
guys
smaller.
are in the minority.
We
You went
are.
with Today.com readers,
What'd
at
they
least,
say?
who are 58% are going for a spoon too. That means they're my people. I'm also going for the I don't know. It's heavier. It's got like a little bit of like a.
It's got something
well
going
It's
on.
got something to it. Yes.
All right, so we get it. We're not on the right side of that.
Yes.
Next
all right.
up.
What else are we divided on?
Next up, the internet is divided about splitting the bill at group dinners. So we have a column called Ask Mr. Manners, and somebody wrote in and said, hey, I go to these dinners, I don't really drink, I don't eat much, but there's someone who eats a ton, who's drinking a lot. Is it fair that I should have to also split the bill evenly with everybody, even though I didn't eat or drink as much?
Now, yeah, and there was a tweet that was from this young girl, this law school student, who really didn't have a job even, and she was eating with a bunch of people who are working.
Exactly.
I think in this, because usually I think if you're going to go to a group dinner, you have to be prepared to split the bill. But the
If you're
difference
not-
here is she's a student.
She's not working.
With a bunch of lawyers
Who have money.
So they should just say.
Why is she paying $84?
Well, 80% of our readers said that no matter what your situation is, you should only have to pay for what you consume.
Oh.
Yeah, I personally, I think that our etiquette experts said that, listen, a lot of people are going to dinners and thinking, it's a group situation, it's gonna be about what's easier, but if you really don't want to, you could just at the beginning of dinner say, listen, I'm gonna eat a little bit more lightly today, let's ask for separate checks.
We have separate checks. Okay,
Yeah,
I think that's fair enough, All right, finally, what do we have?
So, water is dividing TikTok right now.
Water?
There is a whole subgenre of TikTok called Water Talk, and basically
Water talk.
there are creators who are essentially trying to put the fun back in their water by adding powders and different syrups. A lot of them are 0 calories, 0 sugar, and they're basically just trying to make their water a little bit more interesting, a little bit more fun. Now, people are divided on this. They're like, is this is this necessary? Is this gonna really help you stay more hydrated?
Wait, are these Skittles 0 calories?
So those I think are 0 calorie. All of the syrups are 0 calories and 0 sugars, but it's all up to your own.
I'm doing green apple.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm gonna do what's called the peach ring,
No,
which
I'm
is
gonna
peach syrup and
raspberry,
cherry
green
syrup mixed together.
I'm gonna do green apple and raspberry.
I'm a purist, and I'm going to
No,
stick
come on,
with
you
water.
gotta
So
do it.
you're like the majority of Today.com readers who are like, no thanks, I will be sticking to regular water. I'm not
You know what? This sugar stuff, this no sugar gives me the toots.
The toots?
The toots. So
Okay.
no, thank you.
Hold on.
So there are creators
When
who
your
are
stomach
basically-
hurts later, don't blame me.
By the way, it's kind of good. I'm
Is it-
telling
what
you,
did you
yes.
mi- what did
I
you
did
mix in
green
there?
apple and raspberry.
I think we're missing some ice, but this is actually really good.
You like it?
Yeah, it's a little sweet. I have to say, it's a little sweet. I think I might be in the let's stick to regular water category, but there are women on TikTok who are literally creating hydration stations full of all of these syrups,
Hydration
all of the
stations.
powders.
But look, some people don't like to drink water. If this helps you drink water, then
Well,
do
that's
it.
true, but why do you make fun of me for drinking sparkling water?
Well, I don't know, but I don't know why you drink, because you don't really drink it that often. You drink regular
Yes, I
water.
do. I love sparkling water.
Because you're addicted. That's a problem. All right.
All right.
Well,
Thank you.
Thanks for having me. This
We're
was
happy
fun.
that you
It
were
was so
here.
much fun.
Thank you. All right. To weigh in on these viral debates, you can go to today.com/poll.
Coming up next, the hilarious Amy Poehler on her new reality series and hitting the road with her bestie, Tina Fey. We're talking with her right after this. 30 Rock legend is back in the building. Amy Poehler, the SNL alum's got a lot going on these days. She's about to head out on a comedy tour with her bestie, Tina Fey. And Amy is the force behind the new Peacock show.
Should we say the title?
Let's say it.
The Gentle Art of Swedish Death Cleaning. Okay, there's actually a book that's got the same name. So 3 experts help people declutter their homes, their lives, and their relationships. Take a look.
Is this something you're...
One of my kids' artwork.
Yeah, it has to go. Kids can do ugly things, actually.
Leave it to Ella to deliver the hard truths. Those Swedes are not afraid to be honest.
You can't save everything. You can't save everything.
She's
Oh my
right.
God, we love Ella.
Yeah,
she's brilliant.
And she's right, because you can't save everything.
Do you try to save all your kids' stuff?
Isn't it? The kids stuff is really hard.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's not hard for me.
It's
not.
Actually, this book talks about it, and the show talks about it, like creating a box that's just like fit what you can in that box and really make hard decisions.
So let's talk about you, not the show. What about your box?
Yeah, I feel like I love clean surfaces.
Yes.
I love I love organizing stuff.
Yes.
I do feel like that is a way for me to, it's like a meditation to go through your things and touch your things. I do think that your things help you time travel a little bit. But you can't be swallowed by your things or else you're in trouble.
Yeah, when I feel stressed, I like to go into my 10-year-old's room and throw out a lot.
Or into my office.
That's true.
She comes in and just redoes it.
That's
you
true.
do it?
I like to go in her room and just throw out.
Because there's something about the clearing process.
Yes.
There is something that makes you feel better. But so in your own life, you do apply that kind of stuff too?
I do. I try to, every once in a while go through and really try to prioritize what I care about. And then I also want to make sure that I keep the special things that should be thrown away in a box that says throw away after I'm gone.
Oh, those things.
Like, so are those, what are those, like my
Journals.
diary
Journals.
that I don't want my children to read?
Could be, yeah.
Why don't we just go ahead and get rid of those before we die?
It's a great question.
Do you ever read back in your journals?
Yeah.
You do?
Oh,
Back to the old days?
Oh, yeah. And there's so much. I mean, it's really sweet because when you read your old journals, you're like, wow, this was a really big deal.
Yeah.
And I don't even remember it anymore. So I want to be tender to that person. But it is super embarrassing.
What's the most embarrassing one? I'll tell you mine.
Yeah, what was
but
yours?
you have to start.
I have to start?
The guess.
Well, I think a lot of mine is about relationships.
Yeah.
I think a lot of mine is just the amount of love I gave to a person that was, maybe not the right person to give.
Yeah. I have that. I also had a looking in myself in the mirror and hoping I'd be able to save my virginity post.
Wait, what?
Well, just worried in 9th grade that I wouldn't have the wherewithal to hold it,
Yeah.
That was all
and your journals were like, you can do it. You can hold it. Hang in there. You're so close.
Got it, Jenna.
What if you're not able to do it, Jenna? The truth is, who knows what happened, but, it was an embarrassing post to look back
I love
at.
that. That's much better than that. That's so good. Oh, that's
All right,
so
can we talk about your Restless Leg tour? First of all, just the title of it.
Yeah, have you ever had a restless leg syndrome?
Well, we're celebrating 30 years of friendship, which means that we're we were laughing about how tours are always, promoted as rock and roll, and we were like, or restless leg, because we're all suffering from it.
But have you ever had a restless leg? It is a real thing where your leg cramps.
Yeah, I have not had it, but I hope to experience on the tour.
Drink a lot of alcohol and no water, and it might happen for you.
Dehydration is the key to that. So, well, Tina said that you have some special skills that you're going to put on display.
Yeah.
While you're on tour. What is she talking about?
We're doing, a lot of jokes, sketch, improv, singing, stand-up.
But she said on Seth Meyers, let's do the real research.
Yeah.
She said, in particular, Amy will do something she's never done before.
You know what? I'm going to give you the scoop here first. I'm really good at telling what pills people are on. And so...
Wait, by looking at them or by looking at the pill?
I can, video is great, but I can also just look at their face or I just need a few seconds.
All right, what am I on?
I have to say, you guys are stone cold sober, and it's really nice.
You know that?
It's true.
I've always
I don't
felt
even
that
take
way.
a melatonin. Well, not always.
Melatonin, but it's probably worn off by now. Yeah.
Wait, we have to talk about Sweden. Your brother's Swedish.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's a special humor there that
Is he
helps?
Swedish?
Well,
he's not Swedish.
He kind of is Swedish
He
now.
lives there.
He's lived there for over 10 years. That's my brother.
Was this his idea?
We brought him on as a writer, and he worked on the show, and he gave such great, specific English to Swedish insight as to how to translate, because I have to say a lot of Swedish words in the show.
Like what?
So, one of my favorite Swedish words is lagom, which is just this idea of not too much, not too little, just right.
Lagom. That's what we should have at all time.
And fika is also a great Swedish word. It means coffee break, like you have to take a break.
Oh, fika.
Fika. And then cool means cool, so that's a great Swedish.
Cool. Did you eat a lot of Swedish meatballs? Or is
I
that
love
just
Swedish
at IKEA?
meatballs. I love IKEA Swedish meatballs. I don't know if the Swedes like IKEA's meatballs, but we love them. We love them. We love them.
Don't go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. We are going to play a game that is inspired by your show. It's a decluttering game. It's called Keep It or Toss It, coming up right after this. We're back with Amy Poehler. We're celebrating her new show, The Gentle Art of Swedish Death Cleaning. So we wanted to put her decluttering skills to the test. It's a game that we're calling Keep It or Toss It with Amy Poehler.
Do you like that graphic?
I love that
Just for
graphic.
you.
I love that graphic.
All right, so this is what we did, Amy. We ordered 5 best-selling items. So these are their best sellers off of a website called Amazon.
I've never heard of it. Never heard of it.
So many of these items are in many homes in America. And the question is, would you keep it or would you toss it?
Here is the first one, miss. Here we go. Keep it or toss it. It is a mini waffle maker.
Ooh, this scratches a lot of itches for me. I love food. I love small food.
It's compact. Doesn't take up a lot of space in your house.
Look at the color. That's hard to toss.
The color's really
Robin,
what are you thinking?
Look, this is going to be hard for me because I'm not an organizer, but I say keep and use it once a year.
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, size. I think because if it was big and bulky, you would say no.
Yeah, that's true. That tucks beautifully into a drawer somewhere.
You heard it here. Hoda says size matters. Important, everybody. Okay.
We are trying to set her up. Do you have somebody for Hoda?
Oh, yeah, let's talk. Let's talk later.
I'm into it. Okay. You don't know what these are, but they're Crocs.
Oh, well, I am the mother of 2 teenage boys, and Crocs are very, very in right now. So Crocs have never been hotter. So, and these last a long time.
Okay.
So I would say, as far as synthetic materials, these last a long time. I mean, so I'm going to say keep these.
Okay. Oh, do they smell?
No, you can hose them down with a hose.
That's great.
Plastic.
Yeah, they're really good to clean.
All right, Jenna, reveal this one.
Here
I
we
can't
go.
wait.
Ooh,
what is
The Brazilian bum cream.
Brazilian
bum cream.
cream to rub on your bum.
It helps visibly tighten the appearance of skin.
Oh, it's one of those.
Infused with all-powerful Garnard extract.
I would never suppose that I know what's good for a Brazilian bum. So I would say if you feel like that's something you want to wax and shine, go for it. I would say keep it.
Wait, So far, we're doing no death cleaning.
I'm not a death cleaner.
You're kind of hoarding. Okay,
I know.
let's see.
Let's
Ready?
get rid of something.
Okay.
What's this one?
Oh, I know these.
What is
It's a
this?
scalp massager.
Scalp massager.
Oh,
now,
we
what's
do
good
more.
about these is you can use it on a kid, yes, and then you put them right to sleep.
Okay, so we're
But this
keeping
does feel like you could just also use your fingers.
But Hoda really likes
I like it.
Amy, are you going to take it away from her?
Hoda, just real quick, give me your PIN number. Just real quick, Hoda, tell me your Social Security. I'm gonna say.
You're tossing it. You are.
I think I'm gonna toss this only because it feels like you could feel good if you're like, I don't need. This could be something you say, I don't need.
Right, she's right. She just.
But also, you know what? Let's keep it too. Who cares? This is the Today Show.
All right.
We're not in Sweden. We can keep whatever
All
we
right.
want.
Last one. Come on, Amy.
Come on, Amy. It is. This is a best-selling item.
Yeah.
Wow,
It's a Solar Garden outdoor statue with succulents.
Okay, the reason why this is so cute to whoever makes it, and I can't wait to get many free ones sent to me after this segment. But
You can have it.
I would toss this only because I feel like if I was walking in my garden, I would get scared by it, and I would be like, oh! I would get scared every time, and then I would realize it was
Doesn't
fake.
it kind of look like the things that power the Disney World rides?
It does. It has like a dinosaur quality.
Yeah, Land Before Time.
Yeah, it's very sweet, but it would scare me in the night.
All right,
And,
so that
or I
gets-
would trip over it by accident.
But the thing is, you can turn it on and off. No.
The lights. Okay.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I'm pretty harsh when it comes to these things, and I say get rid of it.
All right, you can watch all 8 episodes of The Gentle Art of Swedish Death Cleaning on our sister streaming service, Peacock, and it starts tomorrow. Thank you, Amy.
So much fun. Thank you, Amy.
So fun to be with you always.
Coming up next, actress, model, and mom Molly Sims is making headlines. Find out why right after this. Molly Sims is a supermodel, but you could also call her a superwoman.
Yeah.
She's an actress, podcast host, blogger, author, and the busy mom of 3.
Well, now, Molly's taking on her latest challenge. It is Beauty Entrepreneur. We thought you had conquered every mountain, but there was still one left for you.
There's still one left. I know. Wise Beauty. We started 3 years ago. It launched yesterday. It's all about living your life, being happy, making those moments, and having great skin.
Yeah.
I had a really, like Jenna, we've talked about it over
Yeah.
the years. I got married a little late in life, met my friends, started having kids in 2012, and my hyperpigmentation, sunspots. You guys didn't know because I would like have little pots of concealer in every bag and putting my face back together. And I did everything really harsh. I did hydroquinone, I did lasers, I did peels. I would hide for 2 weeks. And I just, one day in 2019, and Stuber, I know you're watching, but he said, your face looks a little dirty. And I was like, I'm done.
Yeah.
And so I started in the beginning of 2019. I took about 15, 20 products, and I just started putting together things. And then in the pandemic, kind of started doing it for my girlfriends. And I figured out something, a system, a routine, what women need to use. They're amazing products on the market. They're incredible, but a lot of times they're too harsh.
Yeah.
And when you're stripping, you don't want to be red and irritating. So, yeah, it's great that you don't have the dark spots or the brown spots or the sunspots, but you don't want to be dry.
Yeah.
So it's wise. There's no downtime. People always think, you know, as we know, the glow comes from your makeup. The glow comes from your skin. And I think women want to be educated, right?
Yeah.
They want to know what to do, how to do it. And I want my village, I want my girls, I want my community to feel good and look good.
Your glow comes not only from your skin, it comes from inside.
Well,
we have
it's true.
to say.
It's living that life.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that picture you look at and you're like, oh my God, I look terrible. You look at that same picture 2 years later and you're like, I look amazing.
Yeah. Let's talk about that inner glow. You have a new addition to your family.
I do. And
a puppy.
Oh my God.
Which we're excited about.
Oh my God, Magic.
Now,
Yes.
who decided it was a good idea to get Magic?
Literally on my launch yesterday, he's like, the dog. I'm like, I'm launching something. I said, he's for sale. He doesn't.
That doesn't look like the face of somebody who's wildly in love with Magic.
I mean, Madge is, he ate the cabinets.
He ate the cabinets?
Literally, you know, the bottom of the cabinets. He's so teeny.
Wait, you have 3 kids and how many dogs?
I have 3 kids. I have a Bernedoodle named Ruby. I have an emotional support animal named Taco. He's a bearded dragon. It's a long story.
He's a bearded dragon?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a
Okay.
You know what? But to be honest, I just adopted a cat named Hollywood. They're real easy.
I know.
You don't have to take them anywhere.
But my husband is allergic. Stuber. Jenna got the cat.
I'm allergic too.
I got the bearded dragon and another animal.
You know, I read something that you wrote really beautiful about your mom.
Yes.
And I know she's passed away.
I know. She passed away 3 years ago on Monday. And she just, you know, she was just one of those moms who, she just lived her life. She worked hard.
And she kind of inspired, you know, it's like some people.
She inspired this.
All of this, right?
She inspired wise. She was always a woman of like self-care. She worked, she would love your blouse. I stole her old vintage Christian Dior. I have the same one. She wore it for probably 25 years, but she just, she was that woman who would stop you in Piggly Wiggly or Kmart and be like, okay, do this. I use castor on my face. She learned to French braid me. And, you know, it's like, she just was that woman.
And she taught you a lot about mothering, too, about showing up, basically, like you do for your kids.
You know, and it's funny, people DM me or text me and they're like, oh, God, are you tired? I go, yeah, but... You know, in parenting, the years are long, the days are long and the years are short. And you gotta lean in. And, you know, and, you know, you'll have those amazing moments on the drive. I know, you know, when you drive with your kids, you pick them up and, you know, they start talking.
Telling you the
They start
secrets.
telling you, right?
Yeah.
And Brooks, I was driving him back on Sunday, and he was like, do you think Dad's ever going to have a 6-pack? And I'm like, I don't know about that. But like the funniest, like that, yeah.
That is
Do you write
wild.
everything down?
I do. I write a lot, but I love them. And
Yeah.
like, you know, I waited a long time to have them.
Yes.
And they're fun, and they drive me effing crazy. And I want to murder them. I do.
You don't.
But you
And I
don't.
don't.
Which is good
Like, you know, I get a lot of flack sometimes. I'm working out and I put them on an iPad, but I'm like, at this moment, I love that iPad.
Yeah, I need some space.
You're allowed to love
You
it.
know,
Wait, we have to go, but we want to see what's in your bag.
Oh my God,
real quick.
okay.
Yes, we have to.
I brought you both my favorite X. These are my exfoliating pads.
Can we see?
This is the real deal.
So we put this on after we wash our face.
Wash our face 7 days a week.
We can't put that on yet, though.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
This
okay.
keeps
We'll do it after.
everything off.
Oh my
It
gosh,
makes you
thank
glow.
you.
It's
Your
got
favorite
Ecto-In.
X, what a
It
great
smells good,
title.
too.
You got an
'Cause
X.
that will-
Everybody has a
I like
favorite X.
that.
But literally, get everything off.
Get it off,
Exfoliate.
okay.
Spicy. My favorite blush.
Ooh, spicy.
Got you
Let me
both.
see spicy.
Just a dot. Say
Spicy.
great
Just a dot.
brand.
Amazing.
And then my favorite lip butter balm.
Butter.
By Summer Fridays.
What?
Gorgeous.
Summer
Look-
Fridays.
Wait,
Summer
and look how
must
you
have.
apply it. I like
You could
it.
do
It's a
lip
little down.
cheek. It's
Lip
incredible.
cheek. Oh, it's all the things.
Oh, we love it. Molly, you're the best.
You're the best.
We love you.
guys.
Coming
We
up
love
next,
Wise,
guys,
too.
Jenna's latest best-selling book club author.
Yeah, Michelle Min Sterling takes us inside Camp Zero right after this.
special day. We're so happy to be joined by this month's Read with Jenna author Michelle Min Sterling.
Yeah, her new book, Camp Zero, became an instant bestseller, hit the New York Times bestseller list, and it transports readers to a world in the not-so-distant future. Take a look. It's 2049. Much of the world as we know it is uninhabitable due to the climate crisis. A young woman named Rose agrees to work as a spy at Camp Zero, an American building project in northern Canada, in exchange for the safety and security of her Korean immigrant mother. But it isn't long before Rose realizes she's not the only one there with hidden motives. In her debut novel, Michelle Min Sterling weaves together 3 powerful stories about the power and danger of class, the ties of family, and how strong women can come together to change the world.
We're so excited. We're joined by Michelle Min Sterling. And a big warm welcome to this crowd here. We got Sip and Flip, the book club from Roselle, New Jersey. The founder, Lakia Redmond, got a little group together in her house. That was back in 2018. Now, look, y'all got members all over the world. Sip and Flip.
We're
I love
so
the name.
happy y'all are
Very
here.
cool.
Okay, Michelle, we're going to start with you, and then,
Yeah.
of course, we're going to get to some questions. A lot of books are sort of set in the future with aliens and kind of sci-fi, but this is really grounded. What made you want to work in speculative fiction like this?
Yeah, I wanted the novel to be set in a tangible future, a future that we could almost reach a hand out and touch, so that a lot of the questions the book raises, in terms we saw at the trailer, in terms of climate responsibility, collective action, would be something that we could really kind of see for our own lives as well.
I think this is fascinating. And of all the topics, like, how did this come to you? I always wonder how the beginning of the idea came to you.
Yeah, I was on a trip across Canada. I was born and raised in Western Canada. I was visiting a relative who was working in the oil industry in Northern Canada. And it was during the peak period of oil, and I was really interested in what this place might look like in the future when oil extraction no longer happened and it no longer animated the region. And I was really interested in exploring the idea of coal to being a commodity and what this place might look like in the future and what kind of workers would gravitate towards that place as well.
One of the things, I mean, there's multiple, but that I loved about this book was sort of what a cell phone addiction would look like years from now. And it's really intense, the blink. Explain how you came up with that concept.
Yeah, the idea for this technology is that it's embedded in humans at birth. And it's sort of a futuristic vision of our smartphone, the relationships we have with it, and how technology mediates our lives. The possibilities of it, but also the pitfalls as well. And so again, similar to the speculative frame, I wanted this to be something the reader might have a sense of, like, being able to touch and understand as well.
We should point out that you're also a professor at Berkeley College, and your students were kind of the inspiration behind this. Talk about that.
Yeah, a lot of the book is about intergenerational linkages and connections and how we are kind of beholden responsibility for the generations that come before us. And I teach a utopia and dystopia literature class at Berkeley, and I was really inspired by a lot of conversations I had with my students and trying how to conceptualize a better future and how idealism can come into that as well.
Yeah, because they're hopeful.
Yeah, they are.
And this book is hopeful, which I loved because there's a lot of sort of cli-fi books that are not so hopeful.
Yeah.
And I think women are what gave us hope in this book. And so to have a full female book club here with some questions, which we want to get to. Lakia, okay, what's your question?
My question is, if you had a choice, which city from Camp Zero would you choose to live in?
Oh gosh.
So what are the choices?
So there's Floating City, White Alice, or Camp Zero itself, which is an abandoned mall.
And describe what those cities are for people who haven't read it yet.
The Floating City is a sort of privatized city in Boston Harbor. Camp Zero is where the book is actually set. It's in a former oil town. And White Alice is a climate research station. I think out of all of them, they all have their own potentials and pitfalls. But I like the solidarity that forms in White Alice at the beginning of the novel as well.
Okay,
We would live in the abandoned mall.
Of course we would.
In the Claire's.
Where you can get your ears pierced.
Yeah, totally.
All right, Lateria, you're next.
Sometime in our near future, do you think Camp Zero would become reality?
Oh, could it be real?
Yeah, the novel isn't intended to be a prophecy, but a sort of a space for testing out ideas. So I hope this isn't the future, but I think we have a lot of kind of a collective action that needs to take place in terms of the climate crisis in order to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and this book hopefully is starting that conversation. Okay, Amanda, we have time for one more question.
So Camp Zero is the novel. and Camp Zero, the movie, who plays the main characters?
Or the television show.
Yes. We decided it should be a show.
Okay.
Oh, you decided it's a television show?
It should be a show.
Right, right.
That sounds good
So
to
it has
me.
an ensemble cast, which characters from a diverse range of backgrounds. So I think it would be a really fun series to act in. For Rose, who's the main character, I think I would like to see an open casting call for like discovering new talent.
Oh, someone new.
Yeah, someone who can break out in the role.
Okay.
But then for Mare, the kind of like idealistic but also compromised architect who spearheads the Camp Zero building project, I could see someone like Nicolas Cage playing him.
Nicholas, I like
Nice.
it. Okay.
Would you make a cameo?
To be determined. Probably. I'm more comfortable, writing
make a cameo?
Sure.
We're going to take notes.
Ladies, thank you.
Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. This was so awesome to have y'all here
Love
and
this.
to check out Camp Zero, which everybody should, right, guys? You go to today.com/readwithjenna, and I'm going to be announcing my May book club pick tomorrow.
Cannot wait.
Already tomorrow.
Early.
What's happening?
All right, guys, we will be back right after this. Coming up tomorrow, Yellowstone star Josh Lucas.
Plus, a performance by music legend Smokey Robinson.
Smokey Robinson?
He's going to be here.
Oh, my God.
How much fun is that?
Have a
Today
great
was
day.
great. Tomorrow will be great, too. Bye.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pekin Noodle Parlor.
The Pekin first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great-uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pekin Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level obviously is the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
It's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So, talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great-uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years, and you give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pekin Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey. And what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew. But it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pekin Noodle Parlor remains open. Jerry Tam runs the Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pekin's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, to become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pekin Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pekin? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything. because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for the century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, A lot of patrons that have been here, they told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50 something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100 plus years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus, brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? You know, for these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if it happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30, because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple instances where, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, and there were, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, the Ghost Kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, these restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
More police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have like the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
Dining out is an essential part of life, right? What more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or an old favorite place.
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just like so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
To learn more about the future of Chinese American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet
good
you.
to see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, whereas it's been my whole life. And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy. So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States.
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, but the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusion-y and it's silly, and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni, cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage.
Oh.
It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program. Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse. Can I give that a try?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. And that's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best
Velveeta.
Velveeta American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. And you'll see that that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to plate this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Well, why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. Just a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this. Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market. Give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, Black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal, several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacies. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. We're in Harlem, the epicenter of Black culture in the United States. Now, many historians agree the Harlem Renaissance paved the way for the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. So in this episode, we're traveling across the country to explore 3 legendary Black-owned restaurants. For generations, these beloved eateries have been serving up dishes to historic figures and those fighting for change. First up, we're heading south to visit an iconic establishment that defied segregation laws. New Orleans, a city that celebrates food, music, nightlife, and history. In the Big Easy, you'll find many historic sites that played a vital role in the civil rights movement, like William Frantz Elementary School, where 6-year-old Ruby Bridges broke barriers in 1960. Or New Zion Baptist Church, a hub for activists. And Treme, one of the oldest Black neighborhoods in America. Here, you'll find the only restaurant on the U.S. Civil Rights Trail.
Dooky Chase Restaurant definitely is a historical landmark institution here in New Orleans.
This popular eatery is a living testament to a woman who changed the face of fine dining in America, Chef Leah Chase.
I'm Stella Chase Reese, and I am the president of the corporation here at Dooky Chase's.
And I'm Edgar Duke Chase IV, and I'm the executive chef here at Dooky Chase Restaurant.
Stella's grandparents first opened Dooky Chase's as a po' boy shop, becoming a full-service restaurant in 1941.
African Americans didn't have that place to celebrate birthdays, to celebrate promotions, to celebrate good grades, weddings, proms. So they opened up a place where that could happen.
But the next generation had a new vision for the eatery.
It was my father, Edgar Chase Jr., and his wife, Leah Lange Chase, that continued the legacy that my grandparents started.
Dooky Chase Jr. was an avid jazz musician who promoted some of America's first integrated concerts.
His friendship with all the musicians, Ray Charles and Duke Ellington and Sarah Vaughan, we would hear stories of them after their performance coming here to dine at Dooky Chase.
And Leah was determined to bring an elevated dining experience for her black patrons.
She wanted the best china, she wanted linens, she wanted them to be served the best they could be served, because she didn't want our community to be deprived of anything else than any other community had.
That community was on the brink of a revolution, years in the making.
Post 1865 and the Emancipation Proclamation, with the masses of African American people now free, the country was overwhelmed. Hierarchies needed to be reestablished. It was important from a white supremacist point of view that black folks knew their place.
By the late 19th century, Jim Crow laws legalizing racial segregation in the former Confederate states. Those laws were further cemented by the Supreme Court case Plessy versus Ferguson, which upheld the separate but equal doctrine. But Dooky Chase's defied those laws, welcoming patrons of all races to dine and discuss political issues facing the black community.
Their willingness and openness to everyone in the community made them a hub of safety, made them a hub of belonging.
But that openness also made the Chase family a target.
There were times that we had people throw things in and try to, destroy the peace. But that didn't frighten my parents. They continued because they know what they were doing was the correct thing to do.
By the 1960s, Dooky Chase's had become a go-to spot where activists could connect and strategize.
We had the opportunity to serve many of our civil rights leaders, Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall. The list goes on and on. And then Freedom Bus Riders, they came here. My parents realized that until we all learn to enjoy life together and get to that part where social justice would be for everyone, that this community or any other community in our country would not grow and will not be better.
In the 1970s, Leah becoming passionate about promoting black artists.
Her love of art was also celebrated here at Dooky Chase's when she gave African American artists the opportunity to actually display their art on her wall, because at the time they had no place to display their art.
Her extraordinary life even becoming the inspiration for Disney's first black princess, Tiana.
It meant a lot for her because she did have some of the kids dress up and come here.
Leah Chase, the queen of Creole cuisine, passing away on June 1st, 2019. But her spirit and her culinary traditions are in vigilant and capable hands.
This is Leah Chase's kitchen. It's set up the same way, and we love it like that, because as you know, she's still with us. She's still watching us.
Chef Dude continues to serve Creole cuisine that's been on the menu for decades, from red beans and rice to shrimp clemenceau and the famous chicken a la Dooky. But the restaurant's most popular dish, gumbo.
You think back to the civil rights era when we had leaders strategizing in our upstairs dining room. We fed them gumbo. You think about presidents today, President Barack Obama, President George Bush came here. We always started them with gumbo. because my grandmother always believed that her gumbo will solve any problems. And we like to say her gumbo changed the course of America.
Gumbo, an official state food of Louisiana. Dookie Chase's version has a little something for everyone. Not one, but 2 types of sausage. Some Louisiana blue crab.
What we do here is we take the top shell off, we clean it up, and we just crack it in half, release some of those flavors.
Chicken and shrimp.
This is really coming out to be a beautiful gumbo.
Gumbo simmering until it's ready to serve.
I mean, if you just smell this, the neighborhood smelling this, everybody knows when Dookie Chase is cooking gumbo.
Today, the Chase empire is expanding. Chef Duke just opened the family's newest restaurant, Chapter 4.
Being a 4th generation African-American restaurateur is huge.
Many generations now working side by side.
Being around my family all day, that's the biggest blessing. I'm so grateful that I get to work with all my family, and it's such a joy.
And that joy best expressed over great food.
Hello, family. Enjoying everything.
We are enjoying everything.
What's the song that Rachel?
I'm going down to Dookie Chase to get myself some gumbo. When the service is right,
they treat you nice.
The whole restaurant, Dookie Chase's, is a gift to the family that was given by my great-grandparents. And so we want to make sure that, the restaurant sustains that legacy and all the traditions.
Leah Chase said,
Food builds big bridges.
if you can eat with someone, you can learn from them.
And when you learn from someone, you can make big changes.
We can change the course of America in this restaurant over a bowl of gumbo.
We can talk to each other and relate to each other.
When we eat together.
A trip to Harlem just wouldn't be complete without a meal here at Sylvia's Restaurant. This neighborhood institution has been serving up soul food since 1962. And what started as a small luncheonette has now become a family empire, beloved by tourists, locals, and plenty of famous faces.
The cornbread was sweet, it was warm, and it just reminded me of home.
It took me back to my grandmother's cooking, so I really enjoyed it.
What brought me here today was that I was hungry and wanted some good soul food. So where do you go in Harlem? Sylvia's.
Soul food is the cultural identity marker that really symbolizes our journey as a people living in America.
Triness Woods Black is the granddaughter of the legendary queen of soul food, Sylvia Woods.
Sylvia grew up in Hemingway, South Carolina, where she met her love, Herbert Woods, when they were 11 and 12. They fell in love picking beans after school.
But this entrepreneur-to-be wasn't content with life on the farm.
My grandmother, she came to New York when she was 16. She knew that this was a place that was more palatable for African Americans to like really live.
Sylvia and Herbert were among the estimated 6 million African Americans who left the Jim Crow South during the Great Migration.
They had came, north to escape all of the atrocities that were happening and to really be in control of their lives. If you were Black, Harlem was the place to be.
Sylvia finding work at a diner, Johnson's Luncheonette, which she eventually purchased from the owner with a loan from her mom.
Mr. Johnson knew that my grandmother would make it. And on August 1st, 1962, Sylvia's Restaurant was born.
As the cultural center of Black America, Harlem became a crucial site for demonstrations and organizing by leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, according to Professor Psyche Williams-Forson.
The heart of civil rights is America, because it wasn't limited to one area. Though folks who were in the North, they still experienced poverty and inequality and voter suppression and homelessness.
Sylvia made the restaurant a welcoming place for activists.
She played her role as ensuring that the community leaders had a place to meet and to commune and to strategize. Everyone dined at Sylvia's. Dizzy Gillespie, Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee. These are actors and actresses that were on the front line.
By the 1960s, the movement had achieved major gains, like the historic Brown versus Board of Education and successful boycotts. But racial discrimination and police brutality against Black Americans persisted, resulting in deadly riots throughout the decade. 2 devastating events just 4 years apart sparked destructive riots throughout Harlem. But Sylvia's was always spared.
Harlem was on fire, and my grandmother kept the restaurant open because the grocery stores were not open, nothing was open. People couldn't feed their kids. And she was in that kitchen making food so that this community would have something to eat.
This strong connection with Harlemites has continued for decades.
We have guests that eat with us every single day. And sometimes we have people that eat with us multiple times a day.
Coming up, I learned the secret to Sylvia's famous fried chicken. Sylvia's in Harlem has been serving up soul food since 1962. And this native New Yorker couldn't wait to get back into their historic dining room.
Oh,
Triness,
wow.
it's
It's
so
so
good
good
to
to
see you.
see
It's been
you.
so long.
It's been way too long.
Missed you.
I've missed you too. But you know what? The good thing about Sylvia's is it's like I saw you yesterday.
It's coming home.
It's coming
It's
home.
coming home. The dining room walls showcasing famous faces and political figures, along with treasured memories.
This picture is one of my grandmother's favorites. This was when Winnie and Nelson Mandela came to New York when he was freed.
Eating here has become a rite of passage for many candidates. And there's a young man, I don't know whatever happened to this guy.
You know, I think he might have turned out okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
After a meal here,
Yeah.
this is what sent him on his path.
That's right. It was the chicken. It was the chicken.
But the heart of Sylvia's is Harlem. Triness and her family have worked hard to stay active in the neighborhood, from funding college scholarships for local teens to supporting Black Lives Matter events. What is it about this restaurant that keeps people coming back?
Authenticity. Authenticity times love. Sylvia's, when you come to Sylvia's, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get some good food that's going to make you feel warm.
Today, over a dozen family members help run Sylvia's empire, which includes a catering business and a successful food product line. What's it like working with family? Because I know your brother Marcus, your baby brother Marcus,
baby
is there in the
brother.
kitchen. What's that like?
Watching my brother throw down in the kitchen is something that we always knew was going to happen.
Executive Chef Marcus Woods has been at the helm for 5 years. Sylvia's grandson, it is so good to see you. Yeah. And you're back here, you're running the kitchen. What's that like for you? I mean, knowing that this legacy your grandmother's had.
I'm honored. I still get to cook for people like you and the community of Harlem. So as long as I can do that, I'm happy and always honored and blessed.
You know, the amazing thing is food brings people together. You look in that dining room, everybody's there.
Yes. Well, Sylvia used to always say that the first time you come to Sylvia's, you're a guest. The second time, you're family.
According to Marcus, fried chicken, the most beloved menu item. So, did your grandmother teach you how to do this?
Yes, she taught me how to fry chicken, everything down to the seasoning. She would always say, you know, moisturize chicken and marinate it like you're putting lotion on a baby.
Now I can't get that image out of my head
Exactly.
now. One secret, Chef Marcus first applies a dry rub to marinate the chicken. Now, is that just plain flour?
Yeah, this is plain flour. We add a little coarse black pepper to it. Drop them all in there. You just want to give it a little mix.
Again, the baby metaphor.
The baby metaphor.
Like you're tossing the baby. After the chicken's coated, it gets a gentle shake. Then it's into the deep fryer.
That looks like tender love and care right there.
Oh,
See
yeah.
how gentle he's putting it in there?
Putting the baby to bed.
Yep. They'll let you know when they're ready to wake up.
What's the best part of working here?
That every day when I walk in, I get to feel like my grandmother's still with me. Yeah.
Wow.
Like I feel her, I can really feel her presence in this place. And it reminds me, every time you're feeling a little lazy, it's like, all right, she's watching. You gotta pick up the pace. And she treated everybody the same. Celebrity, normal person, worker, dishwasher, cook, chef. I don't know if I can ever live up to who she was, but I'm gonna try. She was an amazing person.
After about 15 minutes, golden perfection. Wow. That looks perfect.
I know you're a thigh person, so I know
am a
what you're
thigh
going
person.
for.
Oh, I remember how good this is. That's perfect.
Perfect?
Wow, the seasoning, it's moist, crisp. Oh. Your grandmother's smiling right now.
That's Sylvia's fried chicken right there.
You treated the baby well. Marcus, this is fantastic. It's so great to see you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take this piece to go.
Oh, I'm gonna pack up a whole bunch for you.
Thank you. Welcome back. In Oakland, California, Lois the Pie Queen has been serving up Southern specialties, hospitality, and of course, fabulous pies since the 1950s. But it's more than just a space for delectable food. It's a well-known hub for political activists, artists, musicians, and everyday folks to meet, mix, and collaborate.
Come on down to Lois the Pie Queen. Get your breakfast on and them mean green.
Lois the Pie Queen is serving up much more than brunch staples.
It's just a great place for locals to come, great place for people to connect.
And it's just awesome that I could come to a place like this and have some soul food.
My name is Chris Davis, and I'm owner of Lois the Pie Queen. We serve food that warms the soul.
This family's roots run deep in Northern California. Lois Davis, Chris's mom, began selling homemade pies at her church in the 1940s. They were an instant hit. Her husband, Roland, dubbed her the Pie Queen and saw a new business opportunity.
My dad was a chef at B&G Foods in San Francisco, and they combined both of their efforts to open up the restaurant and serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
In 1953, the duo opening their Oakland restaurant.
So my mother ran the restaurant for 40 years, and it started at 4:30 in the morning for her and ended at 11 at night, and she was a pure perfectionist.
Lois perfecting recipes she enjoyed growing up.
The recipes were my grandmother's recipes. My grandmother was from Texas, and they have maintained the test of time. All of the items that are on the menu were pretty much on the menu when my mom started the restaurant.
From key lime pie topped with raspberry jam to banana cheesecake, sweet treats are always popular here. But there are plenty of savory staples that keep customers coming back every morning. And there's one dish with a special place in many folks' hearts.
You might not find salmon croquettes on the menu anywhere in the Bay Area.
The salmon croquettes are part salmon, part mackerel, yellow onions, salt and pepper, Italian breadcrumbs.
These croquettes, which originated in the South, were a meal staple for many black families.
Most black folks couldn't afford crab, once it became popularized, but in the absence of that, canned fish, salmon croquettes became a major filler.
With a couple of cans, families could make an affordable yet delicious meal. Lois's dishes have brought in celebrities from Sammy Davis Jr. to Zendaya, and sports icons like Reggie Jackson ate here so often, they actually named a pork chop special after him.
So here's my wall of fame and some of the special people that are up here. This is Black Panther Party Minister Eldridge Cleaver.
All power to the people!
In the 1960s and 70s, Lois welcomed members of the newly formed Black Panther Party. The restaurant is a short drive from Merritt Community College, where activists Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale first met, founding the party in 1966. Chris attended Merritt with both of them.
I had Eldridge Cleaver, Angela Davis, Bobby Seale, and Huey P. Newton come to the restaurant. Civil rights leaders and organizers and community leaders would come and meet and organize and strategize. There was a lot of electricity in the restaurant when they visited.
The Black Panthers have a controversial legacy.
The story we tend to hear is one of violence. What we don't hear about as much are the various lunch programs and free breakfast, of course. They saw black communities as in and of themselves resilient, capable of being self-sufficient.
Lois and Chris were not members of the party, but it was during this era the restaurant became an important gathering space in the Oakland community for different walks of life.
When people come and are needy and ask for food, we always do what my mom did, which was we always take care of them. We always give them a meal.
The restaurant expanding this mission amid the pandemic, providing 16,000 meals to locals in need.
It is a place for people to come and get together and try and figure out how to make our community and our world a better place.
Today, that mission to help others has evolved. Chris uses his platform to support local musicians and keep the restaurant buzzy by bringing in younger generations.
I believe that aspect of music and musicianship is something that is in the ethos of the restaurant. Hey, Mr. Jackson, how are you? Good, I'm doing good, man. Good to see you, man. Good.
He recently started a music management company for Wise Men Entertainment that he unofficially runs from the tables at Lois.
It's not an accident or a coincidence that you look around and see a lot of photographs of, famous folks. There's a lot of people that he supports. And I don't mean support just by putting our pictures up. He'll cultivate young artists that are looking to get an opportunity to get a platform where they can be seen and heard.
Would you like hash browns, grits, or rice?
Grits, of course, grits.
Chris is determined to keep the restaurant in the family. His son, Corey Jackson, has been overseeing the day-to-day at Lois for nearly 5 years.
Working with my dad gave me an understanding of not only the hard work my grandmother put forward and how much my dad is trying to fill those shoes, and now I'm trying to fill his.
Corey hoping his sons will share the passion for the family business.
They can't stay away. They have a job right now. They fold silverware. It's great to see my kids and their Papa Chris bond in those times.
Chris thinks Lois would be incredibly proud to see her restaurant continuing to thrive.
We are the oldest Black restaurant in the Bay Area. It is a tribute to my mom's efforts to support her community and to create a place that was a home away from home and a place that served food that warmed the soul.
Say cheesecake. Cheesecake.
As you might imagine, keeping a restaurant running for decades is no easy feat, especially in the face of adversity. But with delicious dishes and unwavering hospitality, these historic hotspots have nourished generations fighting for social change. These places now stand as symbols of resilience, inspiring and feeding a new generation of community leaders. When you think Texas, you think beef, brisket, and barbecue. But here in Austin, the state's capital, there's so much more than that. We've got folks and chefs from all around the world who are putting their mark on this city's culinary scene. And in fact, the spices and traditions that pay homage to their families are making Austin a hot food scene.
It's really kind of this melting pot of different people, their culture, and their food.
The creativity and the flavor that they put into the food is really artistry, right?
It's really the diversity of food. Like, you can get some of everything here.
So what keeps Austin weird and tasty? We're about to find out. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Austin is home to over 1,200 food trucks in food parks just like this one. But we're here for one specific truck. We're here for Tony's Jamaican, serving up fine Caribbean fare to Austin for more than 10 years. Meet food truck owner Tony Scott and his wife Kim. From humble beginnings in Kingston, Jamaica, Tony has made Austin his home since 2003, and he has always had a passion for flavorful food. When did you start cooking? How young were you?
10.
Tony's mother Hyacinth taught her sons how to be self-sufficient, especially in the kitchen. So you learned from Mom early on?
Yes.
What was it about cooking that you liked?
I don't know. I like food at those days.
Those skills learned during childhood would help Tony define his career. For nearly a decade, he worked a small beachside business, serving jerk chicken and drinks to tourists in Jamaica. But after 9/11, tourism to the island stalled. So Tony moved to the U.S. in search of better opportunities, eventually landing in Austin. With construction booming in the state capital, Tony quickly found a job as a painter. but it was his homemade lunches that reignited an idea. You're working, you bring in Jamaican food that you made, and some of your friends taste and say, where'd this come from?
Yes, I cook my own food, and they was like, oh, you should, open a restaurant.
And it's been 10 years.
10 years now.
The 60-year-old chef opened Tony's Jamaican food truck in March of 2012. And his wife, Kim, has been one of his biggest supporters since the very beginning. What was the first meal he cooked for you?
Curry chicken and rice. And he invited me over, and once I had it, I didn't want to ask for more. You know how ladies are, we try to eat a little bit, maybe the salad kind of thing, don't want them to know that we that greedy. But it was so good, I asked for seconds.
So when Tony says, I want to do a food truck, your reaction?
I said, a what? I said, a food what? And I knew nothing about food trucks or however, so it was just all his idea. I just followed along. He said he wanted to do something, he had a vision. I said, okay, let's try it.
Despite high praise from friends and family for his grub, Tony's business wasn't exactly booming from the start. When you first opened up, was it successful right away?
No. I came out here 10 o'clock in the morning and I was all here till 3 o'clock the next morning. I make $37.
Wow.
And I was still happy when I go home and she was like, how much money you make? And I was like, $37, and she'd break out laughing. And I was like, don't worry about it. And next day I come and I make $50-something, and the next day I make $80-something, and I say, okay, I'm seeing increase.
Tony taking advantage of the South by Southwest crowds that flocked to Austin in early March. Shortly after the festival, his fledgling business got a big boost with a small write-up. Kim, what to you, what was the game changer? What put this place over the top?
Wow. His presence and his dedication.
Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Now, loyal customers are visiting this hotspot daily, decked out with the colors and vibes of Jamaica. From curried chicken and goat to jerk everything, food fans walk away feeling the island love. In 2018, Tony laid down more permanent roots in Texas. You opened up a brick and mortar restaurant. Were you nervous about that?
A little bit. It was a lot of...
Let me hear. Kim, were you nervous about that?
Oh yeah, I'm so glad you asked me that question. Yes, I was. It was something totally different, and from a food truck going into a brick and mortar. I didn't come from the restaurant industry. I came from the finance side. Coming in, I was telling Tony, I said, I got this, I can run this, no problem. But oh, no. I was ringing the red light bell, like, hey, I need some help. It was challenging, but also it was fun.
Kim now helping run the business for both locations.
Family always mean a lot to restaurant. Sometimes she would say, you never know, one day it might be just me and you got to show me how to cut this meat. Jerk chicken, and oxtail.
Thank you very
Enjoy.
much, sir. Have a great day.
You too. God bless.
Tony Scott dishes out hundreds of plates to hungry customers each day, but he's best known for one Caribbean specialty. My mother is Jamaican, and in our house, oxtail was king.
Yes.
Oxtail stew, oxtail and dumpling.
Yeah.
Oxtail.
My mom is Southern, and she actually mentioned it to me. I said, oxtail, and she just said it was a beef. So I've never really had it.
And then when you first had it?
It was delicious, and I eat it all the time now. That's the problem.
Isn't it interesting that it was the cheapest cut of meat? Now it's considered a delicacy. You go to all these upscale restaurants, oxtail ravioli, oxtail rice, it's now everybody's into oxtail.
I know. No, I'm scared to go in a restaurant and not oxtail. Because the price is so high.
Bring on the oxtail stew! Tony frequently sells out of the succulent oxtail, and it was finally time to see and taste why.
Welcome to the truck, Mr. Hahn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it smells good. Smells like Jamaica.
Oh, hey. This is the oxtail, the famous oxtail that everybody go crazy over. And these are like the Jamaican product seasoning that we use. This have a good flavor to it.
Oh, wow. Tony's oxtails are seasoned with a spice mix that includes garlic powder, dried onion, paprika, black pepper, sugar, salt, and a few chef secrets.
This is my product that I make. It's have like onion, bell pepper, Scotch bonnet pepper. Also have a little bit of garlic in there.
So this is like your own concoction?
Yes. And then this is another Jamaican product they call. You have our Blue Mountain coffee?
Yeah.
They say it's the best coffee in the world. Well,
Right.
this is the Blue Mountain product of burnt sugar.
Oh, wow.
And this is what we pour on it last. Give it that good color. Then we just mix this up. Make sure you rub it in properly. You want everything to rub into it. Normally, if you take a smell of it, even right now,
Oh, yeah.
you see, you can smell that flavor in it, and it don't even cook.
It smells good.
Right.
He then lets the oxtails marinate overnight. Then they're added to a pot with water and slow cooked for several hours.
This, what it comes out to be.
Oh, now we're talking.
For you to taste.
So I came to Austin. The result, truly out of this world.
You see how it fall off the bone.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we make sure it cook real tender because dental is very expensive. And you know, you go to some place, you have eaten that meat and you have to be here to get it off the bone. You don't do that when you come here.
Good thing Tony feels like talking. I'm too busy eating. And it doesn't stop with the oxtails.
How is it, Mr. Hall?
That's fantastic.
This is curry goat right here. Taste that. This is the jerk pork.
Oh, jerk? I've never had jerk pork before. Oh.
And that's also my homemade jerk sauce that I made. Okay, this is the famous curry chicken. And this is the carrot.
Oh, so at least I can say I have my vegetables today.
Yes.
Look at how tender that chicken is. Tony also serves traditional peas and rice, which brought on a wave of nostalgia.
This is black bean.
When you open that pot, I thought, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is my mother's peas and rice. This is great. And just when I thought I'd had enough, wait a minute, I noticed.
These are beef patty.
I gotta try that. Oh, that's a great crust. As a reminder of how far Tony's love for cooking has taken him.
If you look up here, you see these little pots. This pot right here is when I just started out. This is what I usually cook rice into.
Wow.
The reason why I keep this pot to show people is where Tony's Jamaican food is coming from.
So what would you tell people who are thinking they've got a dream, they want to start something like you did? What would you tell them?
First, you have to motivate yourself to do it. And never give up on your dream. My mama always tell me, don't make nobody tell you you can do nothing.
Tony, thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, Harley. It is nice meeting you.
It feels like I'm back in Jamaica.
I'm glad you have that feeling.
Everything going to be all right. Just a few miles from the hustle and bustle of downtown Austin is Mekon Bistro. It is a spot that's loved by locals and tourists alike for its Vietnamese comfort food.
Who's the better cook in the family? I'm not gonna even bother asking my mom about that because my mom is hands down the best cook.
Coi như là con tôi nó thằng này nấu ngon nhất.
Chef Will Hyun and his siblings opened Mekon Bistro to honor their mother, Anh Hang. A refugee who fled Vietnam after the fall of Saigon and working tirelessly to provide for her family in the United States.
She took a chance to travel across the ocean with nothing in hand, working ever since she's been over here, working from morning to night and still provide us with a hot meal every day.
When Mekon first opened, Will hoped that his mom would finally stop working, but Anne had other plans.
Technically, she's retired, but like I said, she would not stay home.
Anne's passion for food starting in her home country.
Mẹ chỉ hồi khoảng 17-18 tuổi đó là đi theo mấy người ở dưới quê mình ta đi nấu đám cưới đó, này kia nọ. Rồi thì thích nấu vậy thôi.
In 1972, Anne married Kia Huynh. They had 4 children in Vietnam. Anne turning to cooking to help support the family.
Nấu ngoài chợ bán á, thì chỉ có khoảng 2 tháng cỡ đó à. Thì cũng bán nấu hủ tiếu à. Nấu đồ Việt Nam thôi.
This is my dad and my mom right before the fall of Saigon.
When the Vietnam War ended, the family was looking toward a better future in their homeland. But in 1975, the Viet Cong began to invade Saigon.
Giải phóng vô thì mẹ muốn tự do, không có muốn ở bên Việt Nam nữa, muốn đi tìm tự do.
Anne's husband fled the city first, Will leaving when he was just 7 years old.
It was scary. We left separately, me with my uncle and my mom with my 3 sisters that came a year later because if you get caught, you were thrown in jail. Luckily, we made it out. We were rescued by cargo boats, but they rescued us. They took us to the Malaysian refugee camp.
Will and his uncle secured refugee status, eventually reuniting with Will's dad in the U.S. In the years spent apart from his mother, Will began experimenting in the kitchen. with a little nudge from his uncle.
He told me that, there's only two of us. You're gonna have to do your share. So learn to cook something.
In 1983, Anne made the journey to the U.S. with her daughters.
Đi vượt biên á, thì nó đi tàu nhỏ thì nó cũng hơi khó khăn, nhưng mà qua được tới ấy rồi đoàn tụ gia đình đó thì rất mừng. Tại vì chồng con gặp lại mặt chồng con hết, thành ra rất là sung sướng.
But adjusting to a new country as refugees was a struggle.
When we came over, nothing in our pockets. We relied on government assistance a little bit. Luckily, she's a great cook. So it wasn't bad for us at all. Growing up, that's how she shows us that she loved us by putting all that love into the food.
The family moving from Houston to Louisiana, finding work in the seafood industry. But Will wasn't so happy living in a small town. When his uncle invited him to attend high school in Austin, Will said yes right away.
I fell in love with Austin. The beautiful lakes, the miles of trails, the music scene. What's there not to love?
Austin's vibrant culinary scene struck a chord. After high school, Will found work in several restaurants, dreaming of being able to showcase his mom's cooking. In 2015, the entire family moving to Austin. But Anne still wasn't sure about opening a restaurant.
Asked her many times in the past to do something like that. She's dead set against it. She said it's just way too much work.
Eventually, Anne agreed to share her recipes for just one reason, her family.
Thích làm với con cái mới lên hát với cho con. Chứ giờ lớn tuổi rồi thì cũng còn sống được bao lâu nữa. Thì là giờ cho con được ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy, thì hát cho con mình ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy thôi.
She's emotional because she basically she's doing everything for her kids.
The first dish Will added to the menu, his mom's pho.
So pho, at a restaurant is basically how we do pho at home. When we cook pho at home, it's a big pot that's gonna feed us for at least 3 days. We have pho for breakfast, we have pho for lunch, we have pho for midtime snack, we have pho for dinner, and pho at night for snack at night until the pot's gone.
With the help of his family, Will created several new dishes.
Our menu does incorporate a lot of fusion Asian dishes, and that is because of the family business. My mom's a cook, I cook, my sister cooks, my brother cooks. Second beef dish was something that I've tried out. I consider myself a Texan. We love beef. It's a dish that my mom and I collaborated together to put out. Basically, just cubes of real nice tender beef that's been flashed in a wok.
It's been 6 years since Macon Bistro opened, and Will and his mom still love working together.
Làm ăn gia đình thì cái này cũng như giúp cho con thôi. Thì thấy nó tự xúc động rồi mình ấy vậy thôi, chứ mẹ đâu có biết làm sao giờ. Mình thấy hy sinh cho con mình được thì ngày nào thì hãy ấy vậy thôi. Mình thấy nó xúc động vậy thôi.
I admire her greatly. The courage it takes just to make that journey and to just stick with us no matter thick and thin. She's my hero. She really is my hero.
Using food to bring younger generations closer to their heritage happens in families all across America. And it's happening here at Habesha with a husband and wife team who's using their restaurant to bring their daughters closer to their Ethiopian roots.
We want, more than anything else, people to be familiar with not just Ethiopian food, but Ethiopian culture. My name is Yidne Fantu. This is my wife, Salama Bebe.
We ran an Ethiopian restaurant called Habesha in Austin.
When it opened in 2013, Habesha was the second Ethiopian restaurant in Austin.
People stay coming in here, we give them the food, they said, "Where's the fork?" Your hands.
Ethiopian food is eaten with injera, a fermented flatbread made with teff, a gluten-free grain.
You'll see a family dining, and everyone is on their phone eating and really not enjoying the event.
Not
you
in
cannot
here.
do that in Ethiopian restaurants. You have to use your hands. You can't.
Both of them.
That emphasis on family is everywhere at Habesha, from the Ethiopian art and decor to Yidne and Salam's daughters, who can often be found studying at the restaurant.
I think I was like around 4 years old when we opened, so like this is like my second home.
Salam and Yidne were born and raised in different parts of Ethiopia. In the 90s, they left Africa to attend college here in the United States. Yidne immigrating to Texas, Salam to Maryland, where her family owned an Ethiopian restaurant. A chance meeting bringing them together.
My dad was visiting a friend dining at her family restaurant, and she happened to be the waitress. And he overheard a music playing and asked her, "Hey, where could I get the CD?" And she was nice enough to grab the CD and hand it to him.
But Yidne's dad was thinking about more than music. When he got home, he immediately gave his son a call.
And he said, "Hey, just call her and thank her for me."
When he called me, I was like, "I give it to your dad, not for you." And then he kept calling me. I was like, "Okay, I think he's not gonna give up."
My dad was one who hooked me up to this.
They dated long distance before Salam moved to Texas, the couple marrying in 2003. Their daughters, Edel and Azel, are now teenagers.
I think we've always been around food. My mom's always cooking. For me, I love her pancakes. She makes the best pancakes.
Salam left the restaurant industry to focus on parenting, but Yidne knew his wife's heart was in cooking professionally.
What I saw in her was the passion to own her own business.
I really want to open restaurant, and I love the customer service and cooking.
In 2012, Yidne and Salam finding the perfect location for their restaurant.
Austin is a very unique town in that there is people from all walks of life. And I think part of the reason that we are successful is because of that diversity.
Habesha's menu honors their Ethiopian heritage with many vegetarian dishes, from stewed yellow split peas to braised collard greens. They also serve more than a dozen dishes with beef.
Texas has a lot of people that loves meat, so we have a bigger selection of meat as well. And I think my favorite dish in that is the kitfo, or the steak tartare. When it's done right, that's probably the best dish in the world.
There's a ground beef and mixed with butter and spices.
When the pandemic hit, Habesha's popularity helped save them from closure.
And I said, okay, this is it. I think we're gonna fall down now. And then people, they support us. They love to be here. They send us check. They send us cards. We have a good community.
The donations from fans kept them afloat until they figured out a to-go plan.
Before COVID, takeout business was only 3 or 4% of our business. And overnight, we had to do 100% of our business. And by nature, Ethiopian food is not takeout, so we had to figure out a way to package the food, to market the food.
After laying off most employees, the couple had to work non-stop. As the to-go business began ramping up, Edel and Azel pitched in to support their parents and save their beloved second home.
I would write down like the orders, like the online orders, and I would like put them in the kitchen and cleaning, washing the dishes, cutting the injera, like folding it, boxing up to the orders.
They did a lot, and they're part of the reason why we're still around. So I'm sorry I get a little emotional when I talk about them, but yeah, they're incredible. They're just a love of my life. One of the things that we instill in them is knowing who they are, where their parents came from, and learning the culture, learning the food.
Salam is looking forward to a busier future at her dream restaurant.
I want to grow this business, and a lot of people, they never had Ethiopian food. They had Chinese food, Italian food, or Indian food, so they don't know about Ethiopian food.
I'm really proud of her because like she gets frustrated at times, but she doesn't let that like stop her. A really big inspiration to me. Whenever things get hard, you just keep going.
The best part working with your partner is the fact that you're there for each other, to comfort each other when it's down, and to be there when your partner needs you.
The best part of it, he knows what I can't do, he covered. The same thing, he cannot cook. So, okay, she can handle it.
With Austin's welcoming atmosphere, it's no surprise that more chefs are putting down roots in this fast-growing city.
It's everything from James Beard award-winning chefs and taqueros and even home cooks.
The thing that makes a food scene good is different cultures meeting each other and being able to influence each other.
The fact that anything is possible is what makes Austin such a cool place.
One thing that rings true here in Austin, no matter your background or culture, there's room for everyone at the table. The hills are alive with the sights and smells and tastes. Ah, come on, it's a food show. Now, nothing says autumn quite like apple. Whether it's a trip to an orchard like this, a warm slice of apple pie, or cheering with cider. But when did apples become the apple of America's eye? I left the Big Apple and I'm here in Massachusetts, where America's history with apples actually began. So today, we are going to get to the core of how apples became a homegrown hero. How do you like them apples? Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. My family and I have been coming here to Hilltop Orchards in Massachusetts for the past 20 years. That's right. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better fall family activity than apple picking, and especially the apple cider donuts. And of course, what also pairs well with a trip to orchards? Cider. And they make a lot of it here at Hilltop. Oh, and did I mention the donuts? Meet David and Sarah Martell, high school sweethearts who reconnected in their 30s. Together, they run Hilltop Orchards.
We're definitely an apple orchard, but we're also a winery and a cidery, so we're a triple threat.
Today, David handles the operations of the orchard, cidery, and winery, with Sarah focusing on guest experience. The orchard's historic cider mill, where David played as a kid, was renovated in 1997. Now, they call it home.
I started coming to this orchard when I was about 6 years old. My father worked here then.
David left the Berkshires and worked in construction for several years. When he decided to return home, he really went back to his roots, taking a part-time job at Hilltop.
I've been in the orchard business for about 12 years now.
David's the third generation in his family to work on the 100-something-year-old orchard. Did you ever think that you would be running the orchard someday?
Nah, in a million years. I quickly fell in love with these apple trees and decided that's what I'm going to do. Diving in and learning about all of the different apples and the history of apples.
And that history is pretty sweet.
I like to think of myself as an apple nerd. My name is Amy Traverso, and I'm the senior food editor at Yankee Magazine and the author of the Apple Lover's Cookbook.
Crab apples are the only variety indigenous to North America. Sweet apples were introduced to America by early colonists in the 1600s.
Sweet apples have their origins in this area of western China, sort of the border between Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, called the Tian Shan Mountain Range.
Those apple seeds came over with the Jamestown expedition, and trees were planted at Plymouth. But in the early days, colonists weren't making pies and tarts. Most apples grown in America at that time were more likely to be turned into cider than eaten.
Apples played a very important role when there was people coming from England. As they say on the boat, they would make hard cider because that cider would last, where water might spoil and someone would get sick.
This trend continued stateside. By 1775, 10% of all New England farms had a cider mill.
Today, I am at B.F. Clyde's Cider Mill in Old Mystic, Connecticut.
Meet Amy Harrison and her daughter, Sarah Monk, 5th and 6th generation owners of Clyde's.
We're the last original steam-powered cider mill in the United States. Back in the 1800s, early 1900s, everybody had a cider mill that had a farm. We use the same press, it's the same mill, and not many people get to go to work and put their hands on a lever and say, you know what, my great-great-grandfather did this same thing back in 1898.
Cider was really important to early America because it was relatively easy to make. People had apples in abundance. And Thomas Jefferson and John Adams famously loved it, drank it every day. Children drank it because it was low in alcohol, but it was often safer than water. Water could often be contaminated at that time.
These days, Americans don't drink as much cider as the founding fathers.
Two things happened to kind of bring the apple to its knees. We had immigration from Germany and Czechoslovakia, which were beer-growing regions. Beer took over as the major American drink.
Another reason behind cider's decline?
Prohibition. Apples were very strongly associated with cider at the time. They were really seen as a source of alcohol.
My great-great-grandmother was arrested twice, never convicted, but arrested twice for bootlegging.
In the 1930s, Apple's sinful image was reborn as shipping methods improved. Sweet apples from Washington State could be transported all over the country, and the industry grew.
Apples then had to be remarketed as just a dessert thing, as something you bake with or eat fresh from your hand. And so apples, they went through this rebranding and emerged as this sort of innocent, sweet fruit that wasn't going to get you drunk or do anything naughty. It was just going to make a nice pie.
Now, even hard cider is making a comeback, due in large part to the craft beer boom in the late aughts.
Gluten's having a moment, so people are shying away from a lot of beers. Cider is fermented apples, and that's it. Where a lot of other beverages or mixed drinks or anything of that nature could have a lot of preservatives and different things added to them.
Today, Americans are drinking 10 times more cider than a decade ago, and that's meant big business for Hilltop.
Most of our guests are cider enthusiasts that are relatively new to the cider craze.
Hilltop making around 1,500 gallons daily, and I got a chance to give it a try, or a press. They say time to make the donuts, it's time to make the cider.
So here's some gloves. I see you brought your boots.
Yeah, I did. The process starts with freshly picked apples that are washed thoroughly. Next up, culling. As Benjamin Franklin once said, the rotten apple spoils his companion.
They're sorting through what's coming down the conveyor. This apple has some dings and bumps.
The good apples are sent to the grinding wheel.
And they will get ground up to an applesauce consistency.
Now it's my turn to prepare the ground apples for pressing. So it's like an apple sludge diaper.
That's it.
Then the apples get pressed down to the last drop. That's 2,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. Up until this point, the process for sweet and hard cider is the same. Excellent. And nobody got hurt.
Sweet cider would be bottled at this stage. For hard cider, the fermentation process begins.
So sweet cider becomes more popular once we can refrigerate apple juice to prevent it from fermenting.
In the mid-20th century, cider stands and apple picking became an American pastime, a tradition my family's enjoyed for more than 20 years each fall. There's just something about apple picking that inspires my best dad jokes.
What apple sayings have you heard?
There's a lot of insider sayings.
Okay, I got one for you. Okay.
Okay.
They say the family that plays together stays together. The family that picks together sticks together.
There you go.
As far as my kids are concerned, my jokes are as much a part of our annual tradition as the apples themselves.
It's like, oh, Dad.
My family's been coming to Hilltop for more than 20 years, even before my two youngest were born.
I don't know if it's something about the season when apples ripen and it's starting to get cooler and you're thinking about like comforts of home and coziness. People have very intense emotional connections with apples.
Agritourism in the United States started becoming popular during the Industrial Revolution, when city dwellers looked to nature for recreation. Labor shortages during and after World War II saw farmers calling for volunteers to help pick crops. By the 1960s, enterprising farmers recognized America's love for apples. In the fall, the You Pick tradition became a profitable pastime at orchards all across the country.
Is there a right way and a wrong way to pick an apple?
Spoiler alert, there is a wrong way.
The problem with twisting and pulling the apple is that if it is not ripe, you're going to also get next year's apple.
Can you show me?
I can. So this is an apple that I know is not ready to pick yet.
Okay.
So if we were to lift up on this, if it was ripe, it would come free.
Right.
So it did not come free. Okay. Right next to it is some McIntosh apples.
Okay.
And if you go ahead and lift up on one at a kind of at an angle into the sky, it comes
Just
free.
like that.
So that means that it's ripe. Okay, and the other thing is, well, that's the worst thing you can do when you're picking an apple. So we treat these like eggs and we place them in the bucket.
Place them in the bucket.
There's sometimes little brown spots on them. That's from fingers.
Oh.
So the worst thing that you can do to somebody with a farm stand or a fruit grower is grab their apples and start squeezing them.
I do like the Honeycrisp.
Honeycrisp it is.
I was Gala, but I've moved to the Honeycrisp.
With an empty nest, I thought this year's Roker family trip was going to look pretty different. But then I heard from my boy at college.
Nick was very adamant about, okay, are you going to come pick me up so I can go apple picking? Because I thought this will be the first year we don't have anybody to apple pick with.
Much to my delight, the family that picks together does stick together.
I only have pies for you. American Pie is certainly an American icon. And in Southern California, one local family's pies have achieved all-American status. And this holiday season, they're gearing up to make over 50,000 of these each week.
I love apple pie. Every time I eat apple pie, I think, man, my mom just hit it out of the park.
I'm Dave Smothers.
I'm Tim Smothers, and our mother started the Julian Pie Company in 1986.
From a young age, Liz Smothers developed a passion and a knack for baking.
She often tells the story of standing on a milk crate next to her mom.
I was probably 4 or 5 years old. I would crawl up on a box and take the little leftover pieces of dough and put them in a jar lid. I would put the little apple in my jar lid and cover it, and she would bake it in the oven just along with hers, and I would eat it. I would say that if I had not had that experience, I would never be in the pie business.
In the early 80s, the Smothers family moved to Julian, California, a picturesque mountain town near San Diego.
Funds were tight, so my mom ended up taking odd jobs.
When we moved here, I had to go to work. The only place that a job was available was in a bakery. And I tell you, after I started working with pie making, that old love just came right back.
That love was mutual. Liz's pies were in high demand at the local bakeries where she worked, quickly gaining a loyal following.
She had built up a reputation. There were stories that they would go in and go, I want one of her pies, and point at my mom.
A historic gold mining town, Julian thrives thanks to agriculture, namely its award-winning apples.
Once we came out here to Julian and she saw the opportunity, she just never looked back.
Wild horses couldn't have stopped me. Honestly, I was not thinking of how much money can I make. I just was dying to make a good pie like my mother made.
2 years after moving to Julian, Liz opened her own shop, the Julian Pie Company. She was 50 years old, proving it's never too late to embark on a dream.
My mom baked 120 pies, and she sold out the first day. It was a great grand opening.
In this shop, there's an apple pie for everyone.
It's the apple crunch with vanilla ice cream. It's not too sweet, and it's really fresh.
This is the most amazing pie I have ever had in my life.
From cherry apple to apple rhubarb, today, Julian has 15 unique apple pie varieties in rotation.
Thank you so much.
The most popular seller is the Dutch apple. My mom's kind of joke was that's the pie that pays our rent.
Today, the busy bakers here make up to 10,000 pies a day. Pie production beginning around 3 a.m. It's no surprise that fall is their busiest season.
Thanksgiving's the Super Bowl, and Christmas is like another Super Bowl.
The pies are primarily made by hand, starting off with 4 ingredients.
Pie crust is just flour, water, shortening, salt.
That's it.
It's the way you handle the dough, so you get a nice short bread crust rather than a chewy crust.
The brothers say their mom had a gift for knowing just when to stop kneading to make it perfect.
If you don't get the dough right, you might as well not have the business. Miguel's worked with my mom. He knows exactly the precise measurements of how to do things. We add a few hundred pounds of flour, very ice-cold water.
The twin arm mixer blends the dough.
That's what I think of as grandma's hand.
The 400-pound batch of dough heads to the extruder, where it's cut into individual portions.
So a 9.2-ounce puck falls into a pie shell, smashes the dough into a perfect shape, then they go into our freezers and we use them as needed.
Next up, assembling the pies. Apples are peeled, sliced, then spiced.
Cinnamon, sugar, and salt. This is all my mom's original recipe. There'll be a little bit of butter. Every time that dumps, I just get giddy. I'm like, yes, we hit it out of the park. So these pies have all been packed. They're nice and round, kind of like a mushroom. Patty's going to begin lifting, which is separating the crust from the pie tin. If you don't do this step right here, that pie will bubble over in the oven. My mom was a queen fluter.
The pies are brushed with an apple cider egg wash before baking. Then they're cooled, boxed, and ready to be shipped. Julien's pies are sold in hundreds of stores, including big grocery chains like Albertsons, as well as mom and pop shops throughout San Diego.
My name's Sierra Smothers. I'm Liz Smothers' granddaughter. I grew up baking pies with my grandma. This job was actually my first job in high school.
These days, Sierra pitches in wherever she's needed, including driving the delivery truck.
I said, Sierra, do you want to spend the day with your dad and help me deliver pies? And she, of course, jumped at the opportunity. So we had a whole day together delivering pies. Everybody loved it.
Julien now has 2 locations, employing almost 70 people. So many admire their company's founder.
It's the best one.
Everything I do is very, how would Liz want it done? Liz's perfectionism and attention to detail is really what's brought this company to the magnitude that it is. And if we don't carry that on, then what are we doing?
Liz passed away peacefully, surrounded by family in May. But her legacy lives on through the beloved recipes her family works hard to preserve.
I just hope that she's looking down, and whatever that we do, we have her in our hearts, and that she's proud.
Oh, this is where you get choked up. No, it's very special. I really miss her. She left a huge legacy with big shoes to fill.
As for the future of Julien, the Smothers continue to welcome customers old and new with open arms.
Come again, sweetie pie. That's my mom.
Coming up next, a North Carolina family is giving candy apples a glow up with their colorful and creative creations.
make apples even sweeter? Well, you dip them in candy, of course. Candy apples have long been associated with boardwalks and state fairs, but there's one entrepreneur in North Carolina who's taking this traditional treat to a whole new level with a colorful twist on the classic coating.
My name is Kim Battle, and this is my husband Travis Battle, and we are the owners of Candy Apples by Kay.
Thank y'all.
I would describe Candy Apples by Kay as the world's first hard candy apple shop. We specialize in the hard candy apple that started out with the traditional carnival treat, and then we've expanded that to different colors, different flavors.
According to most historians, American-style candy apples were invented in New Jersey in the early 1900s. They're known for that signature cinnamon-flavored red shell, until now.
I like the tropical punch.
My favorite flavor is turtle.
I would certainly say that the variety makes them special.
For Kim and Travis, this treat has an especially sweet history.
Candy apples have always been a favorite. My husband used to bring them to me when we were dating. And then when I threw his surprise 40th birthday party, I wanted him to have gold candy apples as a favor. We found someone to make them, and then she encouraged me, you know, you can make these yourself. You could do this yourself.
Wanting to enjoy candy apples year-round, Kim began developing unique candy recipes at home. Her kids, her first taste testers.
Eventually, it picked up, and neighbors and friends would say, oh, I would buy some from you if you have some. And I thought, let me start an Instagram page and see how many people are interested in candy apples. At this point, I'm working full-time still as an accountant, and on the weekends I would start doing markets to offer these candy apples.
When Kim got laid off, she saw an opportunity to pursue her dream full-time.
There's never been a storefront that just focused on candy apples, and you love going in a cupcake shop and you're like, ooh, all the flavors and the beauty of having the case displayed of all these treats. And I thought that would be so yum to have the same thing but just in candy apples.
Candy Apples by Kay officially opened in April 2019. A line of eager patrons stretched down the sidewalk on opening day.
Any dream of hers, I'm definitely going to support it. It's going to become my dream as well. So we took off with it.
Today, Kim and her team make over 40 different flavors and rotate their offerings each week. The process starts, of course, with fresh apples that Travis picks up from local farmers markets each weekend.
Those are pretty.
In our opinion, the Granny Smith apple is the best apple to use. That tart, hard, crisp apple is perfect against sweet candy.
The apples are washed thoroughly in vinegar and hot water to remove that waxy coating.
And it creates a smooth surface for the candy to be applied to. In the candy apple world, this is a dirty apple and this is a clean apple.
The apples need to dry for 24 hours or else the candy coating won't stick properly.
And this might just be my opinion, but the more I've dipped, I feel like covering the apple all the way to the stick is ideal for presentation.
Kim's candy starts with a base of sugar, corn syrup, and water heated to 300 degrees. Then flavor extracts are added. She's experimented with dozens over the years, including blue raspberry, sour watermelon, and pina colada. And while we couldn't get her to divulge exactly how she gets those eye-popping colors, Kim did reveal one secret.
Making sure that you're using bright colors and that your candy is not transparent would also be a key to making sure that you have a beautiful apple.
Many apples get a little extra love with candy pieces or nuts. The store now offering a variety of dipped treats, including candied grapes and chocolate-dipped fruit. But the classics are always on standby.
Our family favorites are definitely still the carnival. The turtle, which is caramel, milk chocolate, and pecans, is also a huge favorite. It's one that we can slice and share with everyone.
And they really do mean everyone.
We have 5 kids ranging ages 2 to 22. They all contribute something different even to the family business, and they're very familiar with candy apples. They're so used to seeing them that I think the 5-year-old's first word was apple.
It was.
Elena, the couple's oldest, works at the shop. She also handles their social media to help boost business.
This is carrot cake.
I feel it's really brought her out of her shell. I mean, she was an introvert and very quiet, but this has really blossomed her into being a lot more outgoing and engaging in conversation with customers.
The younger kids continue to taste test while Travis pitches in where needed.
He works full-time, but still in the evenings at night, he's washing apples, he's stocking the store, he's getting all our supplies. I think often, like, I don't think I could have done this with anybody else but him.
Kim owing a large part of her success to a generation that came before.
Our moms played a huge role as well. Travis's mom was so precise in developing a process, and a lot of the ways that we dip and a lot of our little tricks and secrets came from her. And then my mom working the store, she was actually washing apples as well.
She's grateful they were able to enjoy her success early on.
Last April, my mother-in-law passed away, and after losing her, that was very traumatic and hurtful for our family. She was the matriarch of the family, and so 2 weeks later, my mom passed, and we weren't expecting that of, either situation. We are definitely keeping them a daily part of our lives, remembering everything that they've taught us and instilled in us, knowing how tickled they were about how far the business had come. I don't think there's a day that goes by that we don't talk about them or think about them. A lot of times when we're doing things, we can kind of feel their peaceful spirit with us and encouraging us and pushing us. And without that, I don't know that we could continue,
And just like their mothers, Kim and Travis are passing down many lessons to their children.
I believe some of the things that the kids have learned by watching Kim run the business is resilience, patience, love and passion. A great job managing both.
Apples are a true American icon. At their core, they're a shining example of innovation and versatility, and their place in U.S. history is one of patriotism and pride. But most of all, they foster a sense of togetherness.
There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pekin Noodle Parlor.
The Pekin first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pekin Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level obviously is the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
And it's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years, and they give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pekin Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey, and what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pekin Noodle Parlor remains open. Jerry Tam runs the Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pekin's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, to become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pekin Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pekin? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for the century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, A lot of patrons that have been here, they told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50 something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100 plus years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? For these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if it happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now, we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30, because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple instances where, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, and there were, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago,
The couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, the Ghost Kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, these restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
More police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
I mean, dining out is an essential part of life, right? I mean, what more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or an old favorite place?
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
To learn more about the future of Chinese-American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet
good to see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese-American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, whereas it's been my whole life. And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy. So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States.
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, but the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusion-y and it's silly, and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni, cooked halfway. And this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage. It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program. Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse.
Can I give that a try? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. And that's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy,
2 slices of the best.
Velveeta.
Velveeta American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt.
Uh-huh.
You'll see that that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to plate this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Well, why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original Mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. Just a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the
little
Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this.
Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market. Give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, Black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal, several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacies. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste